Hey everyone, welcome back to the fiction world. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Deku was Isekai'd to Overlord verse and created a breeding harem with Albedo, Shalltear and all floor guardians. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Storm That Walked into Hell. The villain's hand closed around the fabric of reality and tore. Deku saw it happen in slow motion. Shigaraki's successor, some no-name psycho who'd gotten his hands on a quirk that shouldn't exist, ripping open a hole in the middle of Muzutafu. The sky cracked. Buildings folded inward. And Izuku Midoriya, third-year student at UA, full inheritor of One for All, did what he always did. He jumped straight into it. Midoriya, no. Bakugo's voice. Maybe Uraraka's too. Hard to tell when the sound warped and stretched like taffy. Deku's fist connected with the villain's jaw, a perfect Detroit smash that sent the bastard flying backward and out of the rift's pull, but the momentum carried Deku forward. Into the tear. Into the nothing. The world went white. Then black. Then green. Energy exploded through his body. Every quirk stored in One for All fired simultaneously: Black Whip, Float, Danger Sense, Fa Gene, Smokescreen, all of them, and then they merged. He felt them dissolve into each other, barriers breaking down, becoming something unified. Something new. He screamed. Not from pain. From the sheer overwhelming fullness of it. And then he hit the ground. Hard. Stone shattered beneath him. Trees, massive trees he didn't recognize, splintered outward from the impact crater. He was lying face down in dirt that smelled wrong. Not bad, just different. The air tasted different. The gravity felt slightly off. Deku pushed himself up, coughing. His hero costume was shredded from the dimensional transit, hanging off him in green and black strips. The full cowling still crackled across his skin, but it felt different now, denser, more controlled, and way more powerful than anything he'd felt before. Okay, he muttered, spitting out dirt. Okay. Not dead. That's good. Where the hell? A massive creature lunged from the tree line. No warning. No build-up. Just a blur of scales and teeth coming at him like a freight train. Deku's body moved on instinct. He pivoted, grabbed the thing by its jaw, some kind of lizard the size of a bus, and redirected its momentum into the ground. The impact cratered the earth for 20 meters. The creature didn't get back up. Deku stared at his hands. That had been easy. Way too easy. He'd felt the strength behind that creature's lunge, it would have demolished a building. And he'd handled it like swatting a fly. What happened to me? No answer. Just wind through alien trees and the distant sound of something he couldn't identify. He took stock. No phone. No communicator. No idea where he was. The sky was blue but the sun was wrong, slightly too large, slightly too warm. The vegetation was a mix of things he recognized and things he absolutely didn't. And his quirk. He flexed his hand and green lightning arced between his fingers. But it wasn't just lightning anymore. He could feel all of it, every power, every ability, flowing through him like tributaries joining a river. Black Whip didn't feel separate from Float. Danger Sense didn't feel separate from Fa Gene. It was all just One for All. Complete. A notification pinged in the back of his mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling. Like Danger Sense, but broader. Something was watching him. Multiple somethings. And they were powerful. He looked up. The trees here were enormous, hundreds of feet tall, with canopies so thick they filtered the sunlight into golden shafts. The ground was covered in soft moss and strange flowers that pulsed with a faint blue light. It was beautiful. It was also clearly artificial. Too perfect. Too designed. A containment area, Deku said aloud. Someone built this. A branch snapped to his left. He spun, fists raised, full cowling blazing, and stopped. Two figures stood at the edge of the tree-line. Kids. Or they looked like kids. One was a dark elf girl with short blonde hair, wearing a red and white outfit, hands on her hips, glaring at him with open hostility. The other was similar, same face, same elven features, but with longer hair, wearing a blue skirt, clutching a wooden staff, and looking terrified. Twins. You've got 3 seconds to explain how you got onto the 6th floor, the aggressive one said. 1. Wait, 2. I don't know where, 3. Fun. Quadrisil. Kill him. The ground erupted. 2 magical beasts burst from the forest, one a massive wolf wreathed in flames, the other a serpentine dragon with 4 legs and scales that shimmered with prismatic light. Both were easily level 80 by any metric Deku could estimate, and they moved with coordinated precision that spoke of long training. Deku's enhanced danger sense screamed multiple vectors. The wolf came high, the dragon came low, and both attacked from angles that would box in anyone who tried to dodge. Anyone normal. Deku vanished. Not teleported, just moved so fast that neither beast could track him. He appeared between them, caught the wolf by the scruff of its neck, and held it. The creature weighed several tons and was thrashing with enough force to demolish steel, but Deku's grip didn't budge. With his other hand, he caught the dragon's tail mid-swing and stopped its momentum dead. Both beasts went still. Not from defeat, from confusion. No one had ever just grabbed them before. Easy, Deku said softly. I'm not going to hurt you. Either of you. The wolf's flames died. It whined, actually whined, and leaned into his grip. The dragon coiled loosely around his arm, its aggression evaporating like it had never existed. The blonde twin's jaw dropped. What, Fun has never, he likes the spot behind the ear, Deku said, scratching the wolf there. Fun's legs started thumping. Dogs are dogs, no matter how big they get. Fun is not a dog. He's a legendary class magical beast and you, how are you? Stop petting my wolf. Deku looked at her with genuine curiosity. I'm sorry. I really don't know how I got here. 1 second I was fighting a villain, and then I woke up in that crater over there. He gestured behind him. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Most people call me Deku. The timid twin, Mare, though Deku didn't know that yet, peeked out from behind a tree. Aora, his energy signature, it doesn't match anything in the database. I can see that. Aura snapped. She was rattled, her beasts had never responded to anyone like that except her. And this guy had stopped Fun and Quadrisil with his bare hands. Without even trying. Deku released both creatures gently. Fun immediately pressed against his leg like an overgrown puppy. Quadrisil coiled near his feet, making a sound that Deku chose to interpret as contempt. Look, Deku said, raising his hands slowly. I don't want to fight. I don't know where I am, I don't know who you are, and I definitely don't know how I got here. Can we just talk? Aura's eyes narrowed. She pulled out a small crystal and spoke into it. Aura to command. We have an intruder on the 6th floor. Humanoid. Unknown power level. She grimaced. He pacified Fun and Quadrisil with his bare hands. Silence on the other end. Then a cold female voice, restrain him and bring him to the throne room. Immediately. Understood. Aura looked at Deku. You're coming with us. Deku considered his options. Fight his way out of an unknown location against unknown enemies with unknown capabilities. Or cooperate and gather information. Not even a contest. Lead the way, he said. Aura blinked. She'd clearly expected resistance. Just like that. I told you. I'm not here to fight. I just want to figure out what's going on. Aura and Mare exchanged a look. Then Aura jerked her head. Follow. Don't try anything. The entire tomb is on alert now. Tomb. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. Deku filed that away. Tomb. Great. He was in a tomb. A tomb with artificial forests and twin dark elf kids and magical beasts. Sure. Why not? They walked. The sixth floor was massive. Deku estimated several square kilometers of simulated wilderness, complete with a sky that looked real but wasn't. His enhanced senses picked up the boundaries. Walls hidden behind illusion magic. A ceiling painted with such skill it was nearly indistinguishable from actual sky. And everywhere, that faint hum of magical energy that made his skin tingle. So, Deku said conversationally. Aura, right? And Mare, the shy twin managed. Aura and Mare. Are you two in charge of this floor? We're the floor guardians of the sixth floor, Aura said with obvious pride. We serve the supreme beings. Supreme beings? You ask too many questions. Sorry. Habit. I tend to analyze everything. It drives my friends crazy. Mare giggled quietly. Aura shot her brother a glare. They reached an archway carved into solid stone, the transition from the sixth floor to a corridor. And the corridor. Deku's analytical brain went into overdrive. The architecture wasn't just ornate, it was deliberately intimidating. Every surface screamed power and permanence. The magical energy in the walls was off the charts, layered defenses so dense he couldn't even begin to count them. Whatever this place was, it wasn't a tomb. It was a fortress. They descended. Through corridors and past guardians, skeletal warriors, demons, beings Deku had no reference for, all of whom stopped and stared at the green-haired human walking freely through their halls. Several reached for weapons. Aura's sharp, "He's a prisoner," kept them back, though the word prisoner made Deku's eye twitch. Then they reached the throne room. The doors were 30 feet tall. They opened on their own. And Deku walked into the most concentrated gathering of power he'd ever felt in his life. The room was vast. Pillars of dark stone lined the approach to a raised platform where a massive throne sat. On that throne was a skeleton. An actual skeleton, wearing elaborate robes, holding a golden staff, with tiny red lights burning where eyes should be. But the skeleton wasn't what made Deku's blood freeze. It was the beings flanking the throne. 7 figures. Each one radiating enough power to flatten a city block. Standing in formation with the casual confidence of apex predators who'd never encountered anything that could challenge them. Deku's danger sense went absolutely haywire. Every single nerve in his body screamed at him to run. The combined killing intent in this room was enough to stop a normal person's heart. He kept walking. Aura and Mare peeled off to join the lineup. 9 figures now. All watching him approach with expressions ranging from curiosity to naked hostility. The hostile one, a woman in a white dress with black wings and horns, golden eyes blazing with killing intent, stepped forward. You dare enter the throne room of the Supreme One? Kneel, insect, or I'll, Albedo, the skeleton said. His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an authority that had nothing to do with volume. Let him speak. The winged woman, Albedo, stepped back. Barely. Her eyes never left Deku, and her fingers were curled like she wanted to tear his throat out. Deku stopped 10 paces from the throne. He looked up at the skeleton. Danger sense screamed. He ignored it. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said. I'm a hero. I don't know where I am or how I got here, but I'm not your enemy unless you make me one. Silence. The room trembled with suppressed reaction. Several of the figures shifted. The small one with the insectoid features chittered something. The tall blue one with the tail gripped a massive halberd. The silver-haired one in the ball gown licked her lips. The skeleton, Ainz gown, though Deku wouldn't learn that name for several more minutes, leaned forward slightly. A hero, Ainz repeated. His jaw didn't move when he spoke, the voice simply emanated from him. An interesting claim. Tell me, hero, how did you breach the defenses of the Great Tomb of Nazarick? I didn't breach anything. I fell through a dimensional tear and woke up on the 6th floor. I was fighting a villain, an enemy with a reality-warping ability, and the fight tore a hole between. I don't know. Worlds? Dimensions? I fell through. Murmuring from the assembled guardians. Deku caught fragments, dimensional, wild magic, impossible. He's lying, Albedo said flatly. No human could survive dimensional transit. And no human could pacify Aura's beasts. I'm not lying. And I'm not exactly normal. Clearly. This from the silver-haired woman, petite, deathly pale, with crimson eyes that glowed in the dim light. She was studying him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. He smells different. Not human. Not entirely. I am human, Deku said. But I have a power called a quirk, an ability unique to my world. Mine has been changed, somehow. By the dimensional crossing. Ainz's red eye lights flickered. Deku caught it. Surprise? Interest? Hard to read a skeleton. Demiurge, Ainz said. Your assessment. A figure stepped forward, tall, dressed in a sharp suit, with a tail and pointed ears and round spectacles that glinted in the throne room's light. His smile was the most calculated expression Deku had ever seen, and he'd faced down all for one. His magical signature is unprecedented, Lord Ainz. It matches no known system, neither tier magic, wild magic, nor any player-based ability I've encountered. If his story is true, he represents an entirely new classification of being. The smile widened. If his story is false, he's the most sophisticated infiltrator we've ever faced. Either way, he should be dissected. Nobody's dissecting me, Deku said calmly. You don't get a vote, intruder, Albedo snarled. Actually, I think I do. Deku met her eyes. Because if you try to dissect me, we're going to have a very different conversation than this one. The room's temperature dropped. Not figuratively. Albedo's killing intent spiked so hard that frost actually formed on the nearest pillar. And Deku matched it. Green lightning crackled across his body. His eyes blazed with emerald power. The ground beneath his feet cracked and spiderwebbed outward. Every guardian in the room felt it, a pressure that pushed back against their own, that refused to bend or break or bow. Several of them shifted into combat stances. The blue insectoid warrior, Cocytus, actually drew his weapon halfway before stopping. Not because he was told to. Because something in the pressure Deku was exerting demanded acknowledgement. Enough, Ainz said. The word carried absolute authority. Albedo's killing intent vanished. The guardians relaxed. And Deku, reading the room, pulled his power back too. But the impression had been made. You are powerful, Ainz said carefully. More powerful than you should be, if you are truly a displaced human. I've had a rough 3 years, Deku said. Heh. The sound that came from Ainz might have been a laugh. Very well, Izuku Midoriya. You will be our guest while we determine the truth of your claims. Albedo, assign him quarters and arrange for monitoring. My lord, that is my decision. Albedo's jaw clenched. Yes, Lord Ainz. As Deku was led out of the throne room, he heard Ainz's voice behind him, quieter now, Demiurge. Research dimensional transit. Everything we have. At once, my lord. The doors closed behind him. Albedo walked 3 paces ahead, every line of her body radiating fury. Her wings were pulled tight against her back, and Deku could practically feel the violent thoughts rolling off her. He decided to try anyway. So. Albedo, right? You're the one in charge around here. I am the overseer of the Floor Guardians, the highest-ranking NPC in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and I answer only to the supreme beings. I am not your conversation partner, human. Fair enough. But for what it's worth, you're really good at your job. The way those guardians look to you in there, not to the throne, to you, that kind of respect doesn't come from a title. You've earned it. Albedo stopped walking. Deku almost ran into her wings. She turned. Those golden eyes pinned him in place, and for a moment he thought she was going to kill him right there in the corridor. Her expression was unreadable, fury mixed with something he couldn't identify. You, she said slowly, are either the bravest or the stupidest being I have ever encountered. I get that a lot. Usually both. Something flickered across her face. Gone before he could catch it. She turned and kept walking. But she slowed her pace. Just slightly. Enough that they were walking side by side rather than captor and prisoner. The quarters they gave him were surprisingly nice. A large room on the 9th floor, Deku would later learn this was the residential level, with actual furniture, a bed, and what appeared to be a bathroom. There were also enough magical wards on the walls to contain a small army, but Deku didn't mention that. You will remain here, Albedo said from the doorway. Meals will be provided. If you attempt to leave without escort, the defenses will activate. Understood. Thank you. She stared at him. Why are you thanking me? Because you're giving me a room instead of a cell. That tells me something about you. It tells you Lord Ainz commands it. Sure. But you chose this room. The one with windows that face the interior gardens instead of the one that faces the wall. I noticed. Albedo's composure cracked. Just a fraction. A widening of the eyes, a slight parting of the lips. Then the mask slammed back down. Don't read into things, human. I simply assigned the first available room. Of course. She left. The door sealed behind her with a shimmer of protective magic. Deku sat on the bed and finally let himself process. He was in another world. Another dimension. Surrounded by beings of incredible power who may or may not want to kill him. Cut off from everything and everyone he knew. His quirk had been fundamentally altered. And a skeleton was running the show. He should have been terrified. Instead, he felt something he hadn't expected. Curiosity. These beings, the Guardians, Ainz, all of them, they were powerful and dangerous, but they were also real. They had personalities, relationships, loyalties. Albedo's protective fury wasn't an act. Aura's pride in her beasts was genuine. The fear in Mare's eyes was authentic. Whatever they were, wherever this was, these were people. And Izuku Midoriya had never met people he couldn't eventually understand. He lay back, staring at a ceiling painted with stars he didn't recognize, and started planning. 3 hours later, the door blew inward. Not opened. Blew. As in, a tentacle made of darkness punched through the wards and ripped the door off its hinges. Deku was on his feet instantly, full cowling blazing. Standing in the ruined doorway was a creature, humanoid, female, covered in writhing tendrils of dark flesh, with a face that was somehow the most grotesque and enthusiastic thing he'd ever seen. Hello, guest. I'm Neuronist Painkill, and I've been asked to have a little chat with you about, no, Deku said. Your origins, your abilities, excuse me. I said no. I agreed to be a guest, not a test subject. If Ainz wants information, he can ask me directly. Neuronist giggled. It was a horrible sound. Oh, you misunderstand. Lord Ainz didn't send me. Demiurge-sama felt that a more thorough interview was warranted. Now, if you'll just come with me to the frozen prison, Deku's eyes narrowed. Demiurge sent you. Not Ainz. Demiurge Sama has authority over, not over guests of Ainz ul Gown. Neuronist hesitated. That was technically true. I'm going to stay right here, Deku said. And you're going to leave. And then I'm going to have a conversation with your boss about boundaries. I'm afraid that's not, Deku moved. One step. That's all it took. He crossed the room in a blink, grabbed the tentacle that was reaching for him, and squeezed. Green lightning arced along its length. Neuronist shrieked, not in pain, but in shock, as her appendage went numb. I'm being polite, Deku said quietly. I won't always be. He released her. Neuronist scrambled backward, her jovial demeanor shattered, and fled down the corridor. Deku watched her go. Then he looked at the ruined door, sighed, and walked out. If Demiurge wanted to test him, fine. But Deku wasn't going to wait in a box while it happened. Nazarick at night, or what passed for night in an underground tomb, was a different experience. The corridors were dimmer, lit by floating orbs of pale light that cast long shadows. The patrols were thinner but the wards were stronger. And Deku, moving through the halls with his enhanced senses on full alert, could feel the tomb breathing. It was alive. Not in a biological sense, but in the way that a place with enough concentrated magical energy develops a kind of awareness. Nazarick knew he was moving through it. Whether it cared or not was another question. He wasn't trying to escape. He was trying to find the library. Every power structure had one thing in common: information was centralized. If he wanted to understand where he was, what these beings were, and how to navigate this situation, he needed access to knowledge. And in a place this elaborate, there had to be. He turned a corner and ran directly into Shalltear Bloodfallen. Not figuratively. Literally ran into her. She was shorter than he expected, barely 5 feet tall, and the impact sent her stumbling backward with a very unvampiric squeak. What, you? Deku caught her arm before she fell. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't see, Shalltear wrenched free, hissing. Her crimson eyes blazed in the dim light, and her face, porcelain pale, framed by silver hair, twisted with indignation. You dare lay hands on me? I am Shalltear Bloodfallen, floor guardian of the first, second, and third floors, and I will not. You were about to trip over your dress, Deku said. Shalltear looked down. The hem of her elaborate ball gown was, in fact, caught under her heel. That is irrelevant. Sure. I'm Deku. We sort of met in the throne room, but I don't think we were properly introduced. Shalltear stared at him. Her nostrils flared. You're the intruder. The one who smells wrong. Wrong how? You smell like lightning and, something else. Something I've never encountered. She circled him slowly, heels clicking on stone. You also smell like you've been exercising your power recently. Neuronist? She came to visit. I declined the invitation. Shalltear's lips curled. So Demiurge is already making moves. Typical. She completed her circuit and stopped in front of him, head tilted. And now you're wandering the tomb unescorted. Either you're brave or you have a death wish. I was looking for a library. A library. Somewhere with books. Information about this world. I literally know nothing about where I am or how anything works here, and I'm not the type to sit around waiting for answers to come to me. Shalltear studied him for a long moment. Then something shifted in her expression. The hostility didn't vanish, but curiosity muscled in beside it. You really aren't from this world, are you? No. And that power you showed in the throne room, that was real? Not an illusion or artifact. Real. Prove it. Deku raised an eyebrow. You want me to fight you? I want to see if you're worth the disruption you've caused. Shalltear's fangs glinted. Everyone's talking about you. The intruder who tamed Aura's beasts, who stared down Albedo, who made even Lord Ainz pause. I want to know if the reality matches the rumor. And if it does, then maybe you're interesting enough to keep alive. Deku considered. On one hand, fighting a floor guardian in the middle of an unfamiliar stronghold was objectively stupid. On the other hand, Shalltear was offering something valuable, respect through combat. And in a place like this, respect meant survival. Where? He asked. Shalltear grinned. All fangs. Follow me. She led him down, past floors he hadn't seen, to an arena carved from black stone. It was enormous, easily the size of a football field, with stands that suggested it saw regular use. Training ground, maybe. Or execution ground. Possibly both. Shalltear walked to the center, turned, and transformed. Her ball gown dissolved. In its place was armor, crimson and black, wickedly barbed, covering a body that had shifted from petite to tall, imposing, and radiating an aura of death that pressed against Deku's senses with physical weight. A massive lance appeared in her hand. Her eyes burned like twin suns. Valkyrie form. Shalltear blood fallen at full power. Deku rolled his shoulders and let one for all surge. Green lightning engulfed him. His body hummed with power, more than he'd ever had access to before. The merged abilities of every previous user flowing through him as a single unified force. He could feel it all, the strength, the speed, the energy manipulation, the combat instinct built from generations of wielders. He settled into a fighting stance. Whenever you're ready, he said. Shalltear moved first. She was fast. Faster than anyone Deku had fought except maybe All Might in his prime. The lance came at him like a thunderbolt, a strike aimed at his center mass that would have bisected anyone without top-tier durability. Deku deflected it with his forearm. The impact cratered the ground beneath him, sent shockwaves rippling through the arena, and he felt it in his bones. But he held. Good, Shalltear purred. More. She attacked in earnest. Lance strikes, magical blasts, spatial manipulation, she threw everything at him with the glee of a predator who'd finally found prey worth chasing. The arena shook. Stone cracked and shattered. Magical energy tore through the air in waves. Deku fought back. He didn't have her experience or her magical versatility, but he had something she didn't, adaptability. Every exchange taught him something. Her lance had a slight delay on recovery after a full thrust. Her magical attacks needed a half-second of concentration. Her spatial manipulation had a range limit of roughly 50 meters. He filed it all away. Analyzed. Adapted. And then he went on the offensive. A gene-boosted punch broke through her guard and connected with her lance. The weapon shattered. Not metaphorically, the lance broke into pieces, overwhelmed by force it wasn't designed to handle. Shalltear's eyes went wide. My sput lance. Deku pressed the advantage. He closed the distance, inside her reach where her size and armor were disadvantages. A rapid combination, jab, cross, uppercut, each blow enhanced with the full merged might of one for all. Shalltear took the hits. Her armor cracked. Her feet left the ground. She flew backward and crashed into the arena wall hard enough to embed herself in the stone. For 3 seconds, nothing moved. Then Shalltear pulled herself out of the wall, cracked her neck, and laughed. Wonderful. Finally, someone who can actually hurt me. She regenerated. The cracks in her armor sealed. The damage from his punches faded as her vampiric healing kicked in. And she came at him again, faster, harder, more creative. The fight escalated. Deku's analytical mind raced to keep up with her adaptations while she did the same with his. They were both fighters who learned from combat, who evolved mid-battle, and the result was a clash that kept climbing in intensity. They destroyed the arena. That's not an exaggeration. By the 10-minute mark, the training ground was a ruin of shattered stone, scorched earth, and residual magical energy. They'd broken through 2 walls, damaged the ceiling, and set off at least 4 security alarms. They didn't notice. They were too focused on each other. Deku found an opening. A gap in Shalltear's defense when she transitioned between physical and magical attacks, a half-second window where her regeneration was focused on internal damage rather than external defense. He took it. 1 punch. Everything he had. Full power 1 for all concentrated into a single strike that connected with Shalltear's chest plate and went through it. She flew. Not across the arena, through the arena. Through the wall. Through the corridor behind the wall. She crashed to a stop 70 meters away, her armor destroyed, her body damaged, her regeneration working overtime. Deku was at her side in an instant. Not to finish her off. To check if she was okay. Hey, are you? Shalltear grabbed his collar and pulled him down to her eye level. Her face was bloody, her armor was in ruins, and she was grinning the widest grin he'd ever seen. No one, she breathed. No one has ever done that to me. Not even Lord Ainz. You're hurt. Let me, I'm a vampire. I'll heal in minutes. But you. She studied his face with an intensity that made his cheeks warm. You won. Fair and square. You actually beat me. It was close. It wasn't. You were analyzing me the whole time. I could feel it, every exchange, you were learning, adjusting. By the end, you had me figured out completely. She released his collar but didn't move away. You could have killed me. I don't kill people who aren't trying to destroy innocence. I'm a vampire. A monster by every definition in this world. Deku looked at her. Really looked. Past the blood and the armor and the supernatural aura, he saw what he always saw when he looked at people, the truth underneath. You're alive, he said. You feel things. You fight for the people in this place, your home. You're not a monster, Shalltear. You're a warrior. There's a difference. Shalltear blood fallen, floor guardian, true vampire, one of the most powerful beings in the new world, stared at Izuku Midoriya with an expression she'd never worn before. Genuine surprise. Not at his power, she'd felt that firsthand. At his sincerity. He meant it. Every word. This man who'd just beaten her in single combat looked at her and saw not a creature to be feared or used but a person to be respected. You're insane, she whispered. Probably, Deku agreed. Footsteps. Lots of them. Fast. The security alarms had done their job. Within minutes, the destroyed arena was swarming with Nazarick's forces, Pleiades combat maids, Death Knights, Elder Liches, all responding to what they assumed was a catastrophic attack. Albedo arrived first. She took one look at the devastation, then at Shalltear lying in rubble with Deku crouching over her, and her killing intent spiked so hard that several of the lesser undead crumbled to dust. What have you done to her? We sparred, Shalltear said, standing. Her regeneration was already finishing, armor reforming, wounds closing. I challenged him. He won. Albedo's golden eyes snapped to Deku. You defeated a floor guardian. It was a close fight, Deku said for the second time. It was not, Shalltear said for the second time. More arrivals. Cocytus, massive and blue and radiating cold. Demiurge, adjusting his glasses with an expression that was equal parts intrigue and alarm. Aura and Mare, the former looking stunned, the latter hiding behind her again. And finally, striding through the wreckage with the calm authority of someone who'd seen worse, Ainz Ooal himself. Ainz surveyed the arena. Then Shalltear. Then Deku. It seems, Ainz said carefully, that our guest is more formidable than initial estimates suggested. He broke through Shalltear's Valkyrie form in single combat, my lord, Demiurge said. Without using any magical equipment. Without preparation. Without knowledge of her abilities going in. He paused. This is unprecedented. Cocytus stepped forward. His compound eyes fixed on Deku with unmistakable interest. A warrior of true caliber. Lord Ainz. I request permission to cross blades with this one. Not tonight, Cocytus. Yes. My lord. Ainz looked at Deku. Really looked. And for just a moment, the red lights in his eye sockets flickered with something that wasn't anger or calculation. Recognition. One outsider to another. Walk with me, Ainz said. Not an order to the Guardians. Not a command. A request. To Deku. Deku nodded and fell into step beside the Overlord of Nazarick. Behind them, Albedo moved to follow, but Ainz raised a skeletal hand. Alone, Albedo. The Guardians watched them go. Albedo's expression could have stripped paint. They walked in silence for several minutes, through corridors that felt deliberately secluded. Deku noticed Ainz dismissing patrols with subtle gestures, clearing their path. Whatever this conversation was, it was meant to be private. Finally, they reached a balcony overlooking the 6th floor. The artificial sky was set to night, and stars twinkled above the vast forest canopy. Ainz stopped. He didn't lean on the railing, his skeletal body didn't need to rest, but there was something in his posture that suggested exhaustion. You're not from this world, Ainz said. Not a question. No. Neither am I. Deku's breath caught. He'd suspected. The way Ainz spoke, the way he hesitated before issuing commands, the occasional flickers of very human uncertainty behind the overwhelming power. I was a salaryman, Ainz said. His voice had changed. Less the resonant authority of the Overlord and more, just a guy. A tired guy. Satoru Suzuki. I played an online game called Yggdrasil. When the servers shut down, I woke up inside the game. In this body. With these NPCs, characters my friends had created, suddenly alive and loyal to me. And you've been pretending to be the all-knowing supreme ruler they expect ever since. Ainz's head snapped toward him. How did you hesitate before major decisions? Not because you're considering strategy, because you're second-guessing yourself. Your guardians don't notice because they're programmed to see you as infallible. But I've been watching. You're improvising everything. Silence. Then Ainz laughed. Actually laughed, a genuine, full laugh that echoed across the balcony. You're terrifying, you know that. In 3 hours, you've seen what none of my guardians have figured out in months. I'm not going to tell them. I know. If you wanted leverage, you wouldn't have announced it. You'd have kept it quiet. Ainz turned to face him fully. Which raises the question, what do you want, Izuku Midoriya? Deku leaned on the railing and looked out at the artificial stars. Honestly? I want to go home. My friends, my world, there are people who need me there. But. He flexed his hand. The green lightning danced. I don't even know if that's possible. And until I figure it out, I need a place to stand. Allies. Information. And you're proposing Nazarick. You've got an army of overwhelmingly powerful beings, a fortress that's basically impenetrable, and resources I can't even begin to estimate. Yeah. I'd rather be your ally than your enemy. What do you offer in return? Something you don't have. Deku met Ainz's gaze. Someone who sees you as a person, not a god. Someone you can actually talk to without performing. And. He grinned. Someone who can fight on your level. Ainz considered this for a long time. His emotional suppression kicked in once. Deku saw the green flash that dampened whatever the Overlord was feeling, but the skeletal face couldn't hide the way his posture gradually relaxed. There are things happening in this world, Ainz said. Nations moving. Powers shifting. Threats that even Nazarick can't ignore. The slain theocracy, a human supremacist nation with some of the most powerful beings on this continent, has been probing our borders. There are also ancient creatures called dragon lords who see players like me as existential threats. I've been managing these situations, but you're one person pretending to be a god, and the cracks are starting to show. Yes. Then let me help. Not as a subordinate, as a partner. I'll fight your enemies, protect your people, and give you someone to actually strategize with instead of just pretending you already have the answer. And the Guardians? What about them? They won't accept you easily. Albedo already wants you dead. Demiurge is planning 7 ways to use you as a test subject as we speak. Shalltear may have warmed to you, but that's because you defeated her. She respects strength. The others are unknown quantities. I'll earn their trust. Same way I always do. Which is by being honest, treating them like people, and being there when it matters. Another long pause. Then Ainz extended his skeletal hand. Welcome to Nazarick, Deku. Deku shook it. Thanks for having me. Don't thank me yet. Albedo is going to make your life hell. I've had worse. You really haven't. They walked back together. The conversation shifted to lighter things, Ainz asking about Deku's world with the hunger of a man who'd been starving for genuine human connection, Deku asking about Yggdrasil and the game mechanics that govern this world's power systems. It wasn't an info dump, it was 2 outsiders sharing notes while navigating a reality neither fully understood. By the time they returned to the main corridors, Deku had a basic grasp of how magic worked here, tier-based, hierarchical, fundamentally different from quirks, and Ainz had a basic grasp of what One for All was, accumulated power, passed between users, evolved through use. Your quirk shouldn't work here, Ainz said thoughtfully. It's not based on this world's magic system. But it clearly does, and it's stronger than it was before. The dimensional crossing changed it. Merged all the individual abilities into one unified power. I think the energy from the transit, whatever it was, supercharged the whole system. Fascinating. Demiurge will want to study that. Demiurge can ask politely. Ha. Good luck with that. Albedo was waiting for them at the throne room entrance. Arms crossed. Wings spread. Expression carved from ice. My lord. I must protest this arrangement. Your protest is noted, Albedo. Lord Ainz, this being, is our ally. I've made my decision. Furthermore, I'm assigning you to work directly with him as he integrates into Nazarick's operations. Albedo's composure shattered. What? You're the overseer. No one is better positioned to facilitate cooperation between our new ally and the Guardians. Consider it a priority assignment. Deku caught the subtle glint in Ainz's eye sockets. The bastard was enjoying this. As you command, Lord Ainz. Albedo's voice could have frozen lava. Ainz swept away into the throne room, leaving Deku alone in the corridor with the most dangerous woman in Nazarick. Albedo turned to him. Her golden eyes were volcanic. If you think this changes anything, I think it changes everything, Deku said. But not the way you're afraid of. I'm not afraid of anything. Then why do you look at me like I'm a threat to something you love? Albedo's wings snapped wide. For 1 second, one genuine, unguarded second, her expression showed exactly what she was feeling, fear. Not of him. Of what he represented. A change to the status quo. A variable she couldn't control. Someone who might take Ainz's attention and approval away from her. Then the mask came back. You will report to me at dawn for your first briefing. Don't be late. She turned and walked away. Click. 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 Heels on stone, precise and controlled and furious. Deku watched her go. And despite everything, the danger, the uncertainty, the fact that he was trapped in another world surrounded by beings who could kill him, he smiled. Because he'd seen that look before. On Bakugo. On Todoroki. On every single person who'd started as his enemy and ended as his ally. Fear of connection. And he'd never met a wall of fear he couldn't eventually break through. The walk back to his quarters was uneventful, but his mind was racing. He catalogued everything he'd learned, everything he'd observed, everything he'd sensed. The power dynamics in Nazarick were complex, Ainz at the top, Albedo as administrative authority, Demiurge as strategic mastermind, the Guardians each controlling their domains. But beneath the hierarchy was something more interesting, genuine relationships. Loyalty that went beyond programming. Emotions that were real even if their origins were artificial. His room's door had been repaired. New wards, stronger ones, hummed around the frame. Deku stepped inside, closed the door, and finally let his body relax. The exhaustion hit like a truck. The dimensional crossing, the fights, the political navigation, his body had been running on adrenaline for hours. He needed sleep. Actual sleep, not the light doze he trained himself into during UA's more dangerous exercises. He stripped off what remained of his costume, found simple clothes in the wardrobe, clearly sized for him, which meant someone had been paying attention, and collapsed onto the bed. Sleep came fast. But it wasn't dreamless. He dreamed of green lightning and crimson eyes. Of skeletal hands reaching across impossible distances. Of a silver-haired vampire saying, "You're insane," with something like wonder. Of golden eyes that hid fear behind fury. And beneath it all, a low hum. Distant. Growing. Like something between worlds was stirring. He woke to knocking. Sharp, precise, irritated. Midoriya. It's dawn. You have 5 minutes. Albedo's voice, muffled through the door but carrying enough authority to cut steel. Deku groaned, rolled off the bed, and hit the floor. Coming. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. He dressed fast. The wardrobe had several outfits, all in Nazarick's dark aesthetic, which looked ridiculous on him but fit well enough. He splashed water on his face from a basin that was definitely enchanted. The water was exactly the right temperature and smelled faintly of mint, ran his fingers through his perpetually unruly hair, and opened the door. Albedo stood in the corridor. She'd changed from last night's white dress into something more practical, a dark-fitted outfit that was still elegant but allowed for movement. Her wings were folded neatly. Her expression was professionally hostile. "You slept in," she said. "I was told dawn." "It's dawn." "Dawn was 3 minutes ago." "Then I'm 3 minutes late." "I'll do better tomorrow." Something about his casual acceptance of the criticism seemed to throw her off. She'd clearly been prepared for an argument. "Follow me," she said. They walked. Albedo set a brisk pace, just fast enough to be inconvenient for someone with shorter legs, except Deku's legs were decidedly not short, and he matched her stride easily. "Where are we going?" he asked. "The operations room. You will be briefed on Nazarick's current strategic situation, external threats, and ongoing operations. You will listen. You will not interrupt. You will not offer opinions unless specifically asked." "Got it." "I doubt that." The operations room was impressive. A massive circular chamber with a central table that displayed what appeared to be a magical holographic map of the surrounding region. Demiurge was already there, along with Cocytus and a maid Deku hadn't met, a bespectacled woman with a ponytail who radiated quiet competence. "Yuri Alpha," she introduced herself. "Vice Captain of the Pleiades. I'll be assisting with today's briefing." "Nice to meet you." "Deku. I know who you are." "Everyone in Nazarick knows who you are." "Fair enough." The briefing covered 3 major concerns: the slain theocracy's recent movements, territorial expansion of Nazarick's influence, and domestic management of the Sorcerer Kingdom, which Deku learned Ainz had recently established. It was dense, complex, and Albedo delivered it with the surgical precision of someone who lived and breathed logistics. Deku stayed quiet. He listened. He learned. And when a particular detail about the Theocracy's scripture units caught his attention, something about enhanced humans bred for combat, he filed it away. At the end, Albedo turned to him. Questions. 1. The scripture units, the ones you mentioned, the Black Scripture specifically. They have a member you classified as beyond measurement. Who is that? Albedo's eyebrow rose. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. Even Cocytus shifted with interest. Her name is Zeshi Zetsumii, Demiurge said. Half-elf. Product of the Theocracy's bloodline program. She is believed to be the most powerful being on this continent who is not associated with Nazarick. And you haven't dealt with her because we don't have reliable intelligence on her capabilities, Albedo said. And because Lord Ainz has prioritized diplomatic and political strategies over direct confrontation with the Theocracy. But she's out there. Getting stronger. And the Theocracy is specifically breeding warriors to fight people like us. Silence. He's not wrong, Cocytus said. Demiurge's smile returned, the calculated one. You think we should act? I think we should learn more before they learn more about us. The fact that I fell through a dimensional tear means there's probably going to be detectable energy signatures. If the Theocracy has any kind of detection capability, and you said they have ancient artifacts from previous players, they'll notice. Another silence. This one was different. Deku recognized it, the silence of intelligent people reassessing their evaluation of someone. He's right, Albedo said quietly. Then, louder, as if irritated at her own agreement, the dimensional disturbance would be detectable by anyone with Tier 8 or above divination magic, which the Theocracy possesses. We need to investigate. Quietly. Deku looked around the table. And I should be part of whatever team you send. I'm the source of the dimensional energy, I can track it, mask it, and if we run into trouble, I can handle it without revealing Nazarick's involvement. Demiurge's glasses glinted. You're volunteering to go into hostile territory, alone, for the benefit of people you met yesterday. Not alone. And not just for your benefit. If the Theocracy figures out what brought me here and weaponizes it, that's bad for everyone. He paused. Including me. Demiurge studied him for a long moment. Then he turned to Albedo. I recommend a small reconnaissance team. The green one, Shalltear for combat support, and one Pleiades member for intelligence gathering. I'll lead the team personally, Albedo said. Everyone looked at her. What? If we're sending our newest asset into the field, proper oversight is required. Of course, Demiurge murmured. Oversight. Don't test me, Demiurge. 2 hours later, Deku found himself walking through an actual forest, not the simulated one on the 6th floor, with Albedo to his left, Shalltear to his right, and a Pleiades maid named Narbral Gamma trailing behind. The mission was simple, investigate reports of strange energy fluctuations near the Theocracy's border. In and out. No engagement unless necessary. Deku knew it wouldn't be that simple. It never was. You're staring, Albedo said without looking at him. Sorry. I was thinking about how different you look outside. Different how? More relaxed. Your shoulders are lower, your stride is longer, and you haven't threatened to kill me in almost an hour. I think fresh air suits you. Albedo's wings twitched. She did not respond. Shalltear snickered. They'd been walking for several hours, following a path that skirted the edge of Nazarick's territorial influence, when Deku felt it. A pulse. Not physical, dimensional. The same energy he'd been saturated with during his transit. It came from the northeast, faint but unmistakable. "There," he said, pointing. "Something's leaking through." "Leaking?" Narbril asked. "The tier that brought me here. It's not closed. Not completely. Something seeping through, dimensional energy, maybe more." The group shifted direction. Deku took point, his senses were best attuned to the energy they were tracking. Albedo fell in behind him, close enough that her wing occasionally brushed his shoulder. Whether that was intentional or not, he couldn't tell. They found the source an hour later. A clearing in the forest where the trees had died, not rotted or burned, but simply stopped. Frozen mid-growth, leaves still green but utterly lifeless. In the center of the clearing, the air shimmered. Not a portal. Not a tear. More like a bruise. A point where the fabric between worlds had been damaged and hadn't healed. "Don't touch it," Deku said. "That's raw dimensional energy. In my world, exposure to that kind of, a sound. Not from the anomaly. From the tree line." Danger sense screamed. Deku moved. He grabbed Albedo and Shalltear, one in each arm, and launched all three of them backward just as the clearing exploded. A beam of concentrated magical energy tore through the space they'd been standing in and hit the dimensional anomaly dead center. The anomaly screamed. That's the only word for it. A sound that wasn't sound, a vibration that rattled teeth and shook bones. And then it pulsed, once, twice, and began expanding. "Ambush!" Narbril shouted, already launching counterspells into the tree line. Figures emerged. 6 of them. Humans in dark armor bearing the insignia of the slain theocracy. They moved with the coordination of elite soldiers and the confidence of people who'd been hunting monsters their whole lives. Black scripture. Or at least, members of it. "Targets confirmed," one of them said into a communication device. "The anomaly is reacting as predicted. Beginning capture operation." They weren't here for Nazarick's team. They were here for the dimensional energy. And they'd just destabilized it. "The anomaly is expanding," Deku shouted. "If it reaches critical mass, we know," said a new voice. A woman stepped out of the trees. Tall. Elven ears. Heterochromatic eyes, one black, one white. She carried a massive scythe that radiated more power than anything Deku had sensed since arriving in this world. Shalltear hissed. "Zeshi Zetsumiai. So much for intelligence gathering." Zeshi looked at Deku. Her head tilted. "You're the one who came through. The dimensional traveler." A slow smile. "You're cuter than I expected." "Thanks. Can we maybe deal with the expanding reality tear before flirting?" Zeshi laughed. It was a genuine laugh, bright and surprised. "I like him. Captain, change of plans. We take the anomaly and the traveler." The black scripture members shifted into attack formation. Albedo's wings spread wide, her battle form already manifesting. Shalltear's lance materialized. Narbril began chanting. And Deku looked at the expanding anomaly, did the math, and made a decision. Shalltear, Albedo, handle the scripture members. Narbril, support them. I'll deal with the anomaly. And Zeshi? Albedo demanded. She's mine. He didn't wait for acknowledgement. He moved. Zeshi met him in the center of the clearing. Her scythe came around in an arc that would have bisected a mountain. Deku ducked it, feeling the wind part his hair, and countered with a full power straight that she blocked with the scythe's handle. The ground beneath them exploded. Trees for 100 meters flattened from the shockwave. "Oh," Zeshi breathed. "Oh, you're strong." "Not the time." Deku pressed the attack. He needed her away from the anomaly, which was now expanding at an alarming rate. Each exchange drove them further from the clearing, their impacts leaving craters in the forest floor. Behind them, Albedo and Shalltear tore through the black scripture members with terrifying efficiency. These were elite human warriors, possibly the strongest non-entity combatants on the continent, and two floor guardians were dismantling them in seconds. But Deku's attention was split. The anomaly was growing. He could feel it, the dimensional energy expanding, threatening to tear open a full breach between worlds. If that happened, whatever came through wouldn't be a confused hero student. You feel it too, Zeshi said, pressing him back with a flurry of scythe strikes. The tear. It's going to open. Then stop fighting me and help me close it. Why would I do that? The theocracy wants that energy. It's the key to what? Breeding stronger soldiers. Making weapons. It doesn't matter, if that thing opens fully, nothing the theocracy builds will be enough to handle what comes through. I've felt what's on the other side of dimensional barriers. It's not power. It's chaos. Zeshi hesitated. Just a fraction. And in that fraction, Deku saw it, the same thing he'd seen in Shalltear. Not a monster. Not a weapon. A person, trapped in a role they'd never chosen. He dropped his guard. Deliberately. Zeshi's scythe stopped an inch from his throat. What are you doing? She whispered. Trusting you. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be their weapon. I can see it. You can't see anything. You don't know me. I know what it looks like when someone's been told their only value is their power. I've seen it in every mirror I've ever looked in. Zeshi's heterochromatic eyes widened. The anomaly pulsed again. Bigger. Louder. The trees around its perimeter began to dissolve. Help me close it, Deku said. Please. Zeshi looked at the anomaly. At Deku. At the battle raging behind them. She lowered her scythe. You'd better be right about this, green boy. They moved together. Deku reached the anomaly first, the dimensional energy tearing at his skin, his clothes, his very existence. But his evolved one for all resonated with it. Same frequency. Same origin point. He could feel the structure of the tear. Not magic, something else. Something from between worlds. He pushed. Green lightning erupted from every pore, flooding the anomaly with energy that matched its wavelength. Not fighting it, harmonizing with it. Giving it what it wanted, stability. Zeshi added her own power. Wild magic, Deku would later learn, a primordial force that predated the tier system. It interacted with the dimensional energy differently, providing a framework for Deku's harmonization to work within. Together, they didn't close the anomaly. They couldn't. But they stabilized it. Shrank it back to its original size. Reduced it from a growing catastrophe to a persistent problem. When it was done, Deku collapsed to his knees. Zeshi stumbled but stayed upright. The clearing was silent except for heavy breathing. Albedo and Shalltear appeared. The remaining black scripture members were down, alive, Deku noted with relief, because both guardians had apparently taken his no-killing preference into some degree of account. Or maybe they just wanted prisoners for interrogation. Either worked. Albedo looked at Deku. At Zeshi. At the stabilized anomaly. Report, she said. The anomaly is stable but not closed, Deku said, still breathing hard. Someone deliberately destabilized it, the scripture's attack was targeted. They knew exactly where to hit it to make it expand. Which means they've been studying it, Shalltear added. Which means they know more about dimensional energy than we do, Deku finished. This wasn't a chance encounter. They've been watching this thing for a while. Zeshi was sitting on a rock, her scythe across her knees, watching the Nazarick team with an unreadable expression. For what it's worth, I wasn't told the full plan. The Cardinals said we were capturing an energy source. They didn't mention it could crack open reality. And you believe that? Albedo asked coldly. I believe they're idiots who play with things they don't understand. That's not new. Deku stood. His legs were shaky, but his voice was steady. What happens now? With you? Zeshi looked at him. I go back. Report failure. Get assigned another mission. And if the next mission involves weaponizing dimensional energy? Then I'll deal with it. Or you could come with us. Every head turned. Albedo's expression went nuclear. Shalltear's went intrigued. Narbro's went blank with shock. You're inviting a theocracy operative to Nazarick, Albedo said. Each word was precise and lethal. I'm inviting someone with knowledge we need and power that's being wasted. The theocracy will use her until she breaks, and they'll never see her as anything more than a tool. He looked at Zeshi. Sound familiar to anyone? Zeshi's grip tightened on her scythe. Her eyes, those mismatched eyes that marked her as a product of breeding programs and divine bloodlines, glistened. I can't, she said. Not yet. But. She stood and tossed something to Deku, a small crystal that pulsed with faint magic. Communication crystal. Private channel. If things change. When, Deku said. When things change. Zeshi almost smiled. Then she vanished, movement so fast even Deku barely tracked it. The forest was quiet. The anomaly hummed softly, stabilized but persistent. The captured scripture members were unconscious and bound. Albedo turned to Deku. Her expression had shifted, still furious, but layered now. Complex. There was anger, yes, but also something she clearly hated feeling, respect. You are the most reckless individual I have ever encountered, she said. But? There is no but. There's always a but with you, Albedo. You just haven't said it yet. Her wings flared. Then, slowly, folded. But, your instincts about the anomaly were correct. And your handling of Zeshi was, effective. Was that so hard? Yes. Immensely. Deku grinned. And despite herself, despite every programmed instinct, every protective impulse, every rational argument against it, Albedo felt the corner of her mouth twitch. She turned away before he could see it. They walked back to Nazarick as the sun set. Deku's mind was churning with everything he'd learned, the dimensional tear was persistent and could be manipulated. The theocracy was actively studying it. Zeshi Zetsumei was potentially an ally. And the anomaly's expansion suggested something else, something intentional, might be working to open it from the other side. He kept that last thought to himself. For now. At the gates of Nazarick, Shalltear fell into step beside him. Her earlier battle excitement had settled into something quieter, more focused. You fought her to a standstill, Shalltear said. Zeshi. It was more of a mutual pause than a standstill. She's the strongest warrior on this continent. And you chose to drop your guard rather than finish the fight. That's either the smartest or stupidest thing I've ever seen. I keep getting that. Which one is it? Deku looked at her. Honestly? I never know until after. Shalltear laughed. A real laugh, not the predatory giggle she used when hunting or the performative one she used in court. A genuine, surprised, delighted laugh. I'm glad Lord Ainz let you stay, she said. Yeah. Yes. Things were getting boring around here. She drifted away, her ball gown reforming around her as her battle equipment dissolved. Deku watched her go, silver hair catching the last light, crimson eyes glowing warmly. His quarters were undisturbed when he returned. He stripped, showered, and collapsed onto the bed. But before sleep took him, a knock came. Soft. Almost tentative. Come in. The door opened. Albedo. Still in her field outfit, wings folded, expression stripped of its usual masks. She looked tired. Not physically, emotionally. I want to ask you something, she said from the doorway. And I want the truth. Always. When you told Lord Ainz you wanted to be a partner, not a subordinate, did you mean it? Yes. And when you look at the Guardians, at me, at Shalltear, at the twins, what do you see? Deku sat up. He met her eyes. People. I see people who feel, who care, who fight for something they believe in. The fact that you started as game characters doesn't change that. You're real now. Your feelings are real. Your loyalty is real. And anyone who can't see that isn't looking hard enough. Albedo stood in the doorway for a long time. The silence between them was heavy but not hostile. It was the silence of someone hearing something they needed to hear but never expected to. What do you want? Deku asked softly. Not for Nazarick. Not for Lord Ainz. What do you want for yourself? Her lips parted. No sound came out. She closed the door quietly and left. Deku lay back down. His chest ached, but not from the fights. From the expression on Albedo's face when she'd realized she didn't have an answer. He was going to change that. Sleep came, and with it, dreams of golden eyes learning to see themselves. Across Nazarick, in her private chambers, Albedo sat on the edge of her bed. She was still in her field outfit. She hadn't moved in 40 minutes. What do you want for yourself? The question echoed through her mind. It ricocheted off walls she'd built, walls of duty, devotion, purpose, and found no purchase. No answer. Because no one had ever asked. Lord Ainz was everything. Her creator, her purpose, the center of her universe. She loved him with every fiber of her being, that love was written into her core, literally programmed by tabula smaragdina and then, modified. She knew about the modification. She'd discovered it months ago. The original setting had been different. Ainz had changed it, on a whim, in the final moments before the transfer. She loved him because he'd told her to. And this stranger, this green-haired, green-eyed, impossibly earnest outsider, had looked at her and asked what as it she wanted. As if she were a person. As if her desires mattered independently of her programming. As if she had the right to want things for herself. Albedo's hands clenched in her lap. Her wings trembled. She didn't sleep that night. Several floors away, in Ainz's private study, the Overlord of Nazarick was having his own sleepless evening. News of the mission had reached him already. Demiurge's intelligence network was nothing if not thorough. The dimensional anomaly, the theocracy's involvement, Zeshi Zetsumiai's appearance and Deku's handling of it. He turned a potential disaster into a strategic advantage, Demiurge reported, his tone carefully neutral. He gained intelligence on the theocracy's operations, established contact with their most powerful asset, stabilized a dimensional threat, and returned with prisoners for interrogation. In his first field operation, Ainz's emotional suppression fired 3 times during that summary. Your assessment? Ainz asked. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. Izuku Midoriya is either the greatest asset Nazarick has ever acquired, or the greatest threat we've ever faced. Possibly both. And your recommendation? Keep him close. Use him. And if he becomes a liability? Demiurge's smile didn't waver. I'll handle it personally. That won't be necessary. Perhaps. But it's wise to plan for contingencies. After Demiurge left, Ainz sat alone in his study. The golden staff hummed in its mount. The screens showing Nazarick's various floors flickered with routine activity. And on one screen, the corridor outside Deku's quarters, a green-haired young man slept peacefully in a bed he hadn't asked for, in a world he hadn't chosen, surrounded by beings who could destroy him, having somehow made more progress in 24 hours than Ainz had made in months. I wonder, Ainz murmured, if this is what having a friend feels like. His emotional suppression activated. He ignored it. Outside Nazarick's walls, unseen by any guardian or ward, the dimensional anomaly pulsed softly in the darkness. Stabilized, yes. Contained, yes. But not closed. And from the other side, something pressed against the barrier. Patient. Calculating. Ancient. It had felt the energy of the one who'd crossed. It had tasted the green lightning through the tear. And it was hungry. But that was a problem for another day. Tonight, Deku slept. And in that sleep, he dreamed not of home, not of Ooal or Bakugo or All Might, but of this strange, dark, impossible place that was already starting to feel like something he couldn't name. Something he hadn't felt since leaving everything he knew. Possibility. Chapter 2, What Makes a Monster. Deku's fist connected with Cocytus's halberd and the entire training arena shook. Not the rebuilt one from his fight with Shalltear, they'd learned that lesson. This was the 6th floor's open combat zone, reinforced with triple-layer defensive magic specifically because Ainz had said, and Deku was quoting here, "Please stop destroying my tomb." Cocytus pushed back. For arms, for weapons, each one swinging in a pattern so complex it would have killed any normal fighter 17 times over. The floor guardian of the 5th floor was a machine, no wasted movement, no hesitation, every strike flowing into the next with mechanical precision. Deku loved fighting him. Left low, right high, overhead, thrust. Deku called out each attack a half-second before it landed, weaving between blades that could cut through enchanted steel. You always go to the thrust after 3 slashes. Mix it up. You are. Infuriating, Cocytus rumbled, but there was warmth underneath the frost. He adjusted mid-combo, replacing the thrust with a sweeping kick that Deku hadn't predicted. Deku caught the kick on his forearm. The impact drove him back 10 meters, his feet carving furrows in the earth. He grinned. Better. They'd been doing this every morning for a week. Cocytus had requested it after watching the replay crystals of Deku's fight with Shalltear, and Ainz had approved it as cross-training. In practice, it was 2 warriors who'd found mutual respect through violence working out the finer points of their respective styles. Cocytus fought with the accumulated knowledge of a being designed for combat, perfect form, incredible power, unbreakable discipline. Deku fought with the adaptive chaos of someone who'd been getting his ass kicked by people stronger than him since he was 14 and had learned to turn that into a weapon. The combination was electric. Break. Deku called, and they separated. Both breathing hard, Cocytus through his mandibles, creating small clouds of frost, Deku through his mouth, green lightning still crackling along his arms. Your analytical ability is remarkable, Cocytus said, planting his halberd in the ground. But you rely too much on prediction. A truly skilled opponent will use that against you. How? By being unpredictable on purpose. Cocytus's compound eyes glittered. Like this. He threw his halberd. Not at Deku, past him. It spun through the air and embedded in a tree 50 meters away. Then Cocytus charged bare-handed, for fists coming at Deku in combinations the warrior had never used before, wild and improvisational and completely unlike his precise style. Deku's prediction instinct went haywire. Nothing matched. No patterns to read. Just raw aggression from a being strong enough to bench-press a castle. So Deku did what he always did when analysis failed. He adapted. He stopped thinking and started feeling. Let his body move on instinct, one for all guiding his reactions below conscious thought. Block. Deflect. Redirect. Counter. They traded blows at a speed that turned the air between them into a pressure wave, and the trees around the arena flattened outward. Deku found an opening, not through analysis but through instinct, and planted a palm strike on Cocytus's center mass that sent the warrior sliding backward. Not damaging, but definitive. They stared at each other. Then Cocytus did something Deku had never seen him do. He bowed. Magnificent. You adapted. In seconds. That is not learned. That is innate. Deku bowed back. And you teaching me to fight without analysis might be the most valuable lesson I've gotten since I arrived. We will continue tomorrow. Wouldn't miss it. Cocytus retrieved his halberd and departed. Deku stayed in the arena, cooling down, stretching out muscles that were sore in the good way. The morning sun, the real one, not the sixth floor's simulated version, was filtering through the canopy above the open training area. A week in Nazarick. 7 days since he'd fallen through a hole in reality and landed in the middle of a death fortress populated by creatures from a video game he'd never played. And already, it was starting to feel normal. Not comfortable. Not safe. But navigable. He had a routine now. Train with Cocytus at dawn. Briefing with Albedo and Demiurge after breakfast. Afternoons split between studying this world's magic system, exploring Nazarick's floors, and occasionally being dragged into whatever situation needed muscle and diplomacy in equal measure. The Guardians were warming to him. Slowly. Grudgingly. But warming. Cocytus was already an ally, warriors respected warriors, and their morning sessions had built genuine camaraderie. Shalltear sought him out regularly, their conversations growing longer and more personal each time. Aura still acted tough around him but had stopped threatening violence. Mare would actually speak in his presence now, though only in short sentences and usually while hiding behind something. Demiurge remained suspicious. Polite, professional, but suspicious. Every interaction felt like a test. And Albedo. Albedo was complicated. She delivered her briefings with ruthless efficiency. She organized his schedule with obsessive precision. She ensured his quarters were maintained, his meals delivered, his needs anticipated before he expressed them. She was the perfect overseer. She also hadn't answered his question. What do you want for yourself? He could see it working through her. In unguarded moments, a pause before speaking, a flicker of something in those golden eyes when she thought he wasn't looking, the question was doing its work. Eroding foundations she'd never examined. Opening doors she'd never known existed. He didn't push. Pushing Albedo was like pushing a boulder uphill in an earthquake. The moment would come. Right now, he had other problems. Deku. He turned. Demiurge stood at the arena's edge, suit immaculate, glasses gleaming, smile perfectly calibrated to convey absolutely nothing. Demiurge. Morning. A productive training session, I see. Cocytus speaks highly of your combat instincts. He's an incredible teacher. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. I have a task for you. Lord Ainz has approved it. What kind of task? A village on the western border of the Sorcerer Kingdom has reported attacks. Bandits, supposedly, though the reports are inconsistent. Lord Ainz wants it investigated and resolved. And he's sending me? He's sending you with minimal support. A test, if you will, of how you handle the kingdom's subjects. How you represent Nazarick when there isn't a floor guardian standing behind you. Deku read between the lines. This was Demiurge's test, not Ainz. The demon wanted to see what happened when Deku operated independently. Would he be the hero he claimed? The ally he promised? Or something else? Fine. When do I leave? Immediately. Narbril will accompany you for communication purposes. Nothing more. Got it. Deku changed out of his training clothes and into the outfit he'd been given for external operations, dark clothes that blended with the Sorcerer Kingdom's aesthetic, durable enough for combat, unremarkable enough to not draw attention. He met Narbril at the tomb's entrance, and they set out on foot. The western village was a 3-hour walk through rolling grasslands that reminded Deku of Japan's countryside, if Japan's countryside had been populated by creatures from a fantasy bestiary. They passed a herd of what Narbril called Babelian sheep, which looked like sheep if sheep had been designed by someone who really liked tusks, and skirted the edge of a forest that Deku's enhanced senses told him was very much occupied by things he didn't want to fight before lunch. Narbril was quiet. Professionally so. She walked 3 paces behind him, alert but distant, and responded to conversation attempts with clipped efficiency. "So how long have you been with the Pleiades?" Deku tried. "Since creation." "Right. And you like it?" "My purpose is to serve the Supreme Beings." "That's not what I asked." Narbril's pace didn't change, but her expression shifted. A crack in the professional mask. "I have not been asked that before." Deku smiled to himself. Yeah. That was becoming a pattern. They reached the village by midday. Carne Village, it was called, a small settlement of maybe 200 people, surrounded by wooden walls that looked recently reinforced. Guards at the gate stiffened when they saw Deku and Narbril approach. "State your business," one called out, gripping a spear that was slightly too large for him. "We're from the Sorcerer Kingdom. Hear about the bandit attacks." The guards exchanged glances. One disappeared inside. A minute later, the gate opened. The village chief was a young woman, Enri Amat, barely older than Deku, with blonde hair and a face that showed the strain of leadership worn too young. She met them in the village square, flanked by 2 goblins in military gear that made Deku do a double take. Goblins. Organized. Armed. Disciplined. "Thank you for coming," Enri said, and she meant it, the relief in her voice was palpable. "The attack started 5 days ago. Small groups, hitting the farms at the edge of the village. They steal supplies and livestock, but they don't act like normal bandits." "How so?" "They're too organized. They attack in formation, retreat at the same time, and they never leave wounded behind. And they're wearing matching armor. Not bandit armor, military gear. Like soldiers." Deku's analytical brain latched onto that. "Any insignia? Markings?" "Nothing visible. But one of my goblin scouts recovered a piece of equipment from a skirmish." She produced a cloth-wrapped bundle and handed it to him. Deku unwrapped it. A bracer. Metal, well-crafted, with a symbol stamped into the inside surface where it wouldn't be visible when worn. The symbol was a 6-pointed star with a sword through its center. Narbril sucked in a breath. "Slain Theocracy." "They're not bandits," Deku said quietly. "They're Theocracy operatives disguised as bandits. Testing the Sorcerer Kingdom's border defenses." Enri's face went pale. "The Theocracy? But they're across the continent, they have forward operating units." "The scriptures." Deku wrapped the bracer back up. "How many attackers?" "In each raid?" 15 to 20. "Always at night?" "Armed with?" "Swords, crossbows, and..." Enri hesitated. "Some of them use magic." "Not tier magic, something different. Faster. More violent. Martial arts and faith-based magic. Theocracy scripture standard equipment." Deku looked at Narbril. "Contact Nazarick. Tell them the border incursion is confirmed Theocracy, likely a scripture unit conducting reconnaissance in force. Request instructions." Narbril touched her communication earring. A moment later, "Lord Ainz says to use your judgment. He trusts your assessment." That was Ainz saying Demiurge is listening and I want to see what happens next just as much as he does. "Fine. Henry, I need to see where the attacks have been hitting. The farms, the approach routes, everything. They spent the afternoon surveying. Deku's analytical abilities went into overdrive. He mapped patrol patterns, identified approach vectors, calculated timing based on the villagers' reports. By evening, he had a complete picture. The scripture unit was based somewhere in the forest to the northwest. They were using a rotation of attack routes to prevent predictable patterns, which was smart, but their timing was consistent, always between midnight and 3 a.m., which was a weakness. And they were deliberately avoiding casualties, which meant this was reconnaissance, not warfare. They were testing response times. Seeing how fast Nazarick's protection extended to border settlements. Probing for gaps. We're not going to wait for them tonight, Deku told Henry. We're going to find them first. Just you. Against 20 theocracy soldiers. Just me. Henry stared at him. Then at Narborough, who shrugged with elegant indifference. Then back at Deku. You're insane. Keep getting that. He left the village at sunset. Alone, Narborough stayed behind per Demiurge's minimal support, instruction, though Deku suspected she was there to observe and report more than to help. The forest at night was alive with sound and movement. Deku's enhanced senses parsed it effortlessly, animal sounds, wind patterns, the ambient magical energy of a world saturated in power. And underneath it all, the faint trace of human activity. Boot prints carefully disguised. Broken branches hastily repositioned. A fire pit buried under fresh earth. He found their camp in 2 hours. 23 soldiers. Not 20. Good equipment, the kind that governments issued, not bandits. They were professionals, sitting around a hidden camp that was almost invisible from ground level, maintaining noise discipline and light discipline with the ease of long practice. Deku settled into a tree above the camp and watched. They weren't just scouts. He could see it in the way they organized themselves, 2 clear leaders, the rest divided into fire teams, with a communication setup that suggested they were reporting to someone off-site in real time. One of the leaders was talking. Deku's enhanced hearing caught every word. Confirmed the undead patrol stopped 3 kilometers from the village. Response time from the tomb is estimated at 40 minutes for non-teleportation assets. The settlement is vulnerable. And the anomaly readings? Still active. The Cardinals team detected a surge last week, the same energy signature as the initial event. Whatever came through that tear is generating residual dimensional energy. If we can isolate its source, that's not our mission. We probe. We report. Let the research division handle the rest. So they were mapping Nazarick's response capabilities and tracking his dimensional energy signature. 2 operations in 1. Deku had heard enough. He dropped from the tree. Not onto the camp, into the center of it. He landed in a crouch right between the 2 leaders, green lightning crackling across his body, and every single soldier froze. Evening, Deku said. Chaos. To their credit, they reacted fast. Weapons drawn in under a second, formation established in under 2, magical attacks launched in under 3. These were trained fighters with experience against supernatural threats. They were also completely outclassed. Deku moved through them like wine through grass. Not killing, he'd made that clear to himself before he'd even entered the forest. Every strike was calibrated to incapacitate. A chop to the neck here, a knee to the solar plexus there, a controlled burst of energy that overloaded a mage's casting and knocked him unconscious without permanent damage. 23 soldiers. 38 seconds. Deku stood in the center of the camp, surrounded by unconscious bodies, and checked his knuckles. Not even bruised. Narborough, he said, touching the communication crystal Albedo had given him before the mission. Camp secured. 23 theocracy operatives neutralized. No casualties. I need a pickup team for prisoners and their equipment. Silence on the other end. Then Narboro's voice, stripped of its usual professional neutrality, acknowledged. By the time the pickup team arrived, a squad of Death Knights and an Elder Lich for transport, Deku had the prisoners bound, their equipment catalogued, and their communication device isolated for analysis. He'd also found something interesting, a sealed container with Theocracy research insignia, containing instruments designed to measure dimensional energy fluctuations. They were building a tracking system. For him. He pocketed the container and waited. The pickup went smoothly. Death Knights weren't known for their conversational skills, but they were efficient. Prisoners loaded, camp stripped, evidence collected. By dawn, the forest clearing looked untouched. Deku walked back to Carne village as the sun rose. Henry met him at the gate, clearly having not slept. "It's done?" she asked. "Done. They won't be back." "You, all of them? By yourself?" "They weren't as tough as they looked." Henry's expression did something complicated, relief, gratitude, and a dawning realization that the man standing in front of her might be significantly more dangerous than she'd assumed. "Thank you," she said simply. "That's what I'm here for." He meant it. Even here, even in this world of monsters and magic and moral ambiguity, this was what he was built for. Protecting people. Standing between danger and innocence. Being a hero. Even if no one here called it that. The walk back to Nazarick was quiet. Narborough matched his pace now, beside him, not behind. Something had shifted. "You didn't kill any of them," she said. "No. They were enemies. They would have killed the villagers eventually. Probably. But dead enemies can't give you intelligence. Living prisoners can." Narborough considered this. "That's a pragmatic argument. But it's not why you did it." Deku glanced at her. "No. It's not." "Why, then?" "Because killing should be the last option, not the first. Because every person I let live is a person who might change. And because if I start killing just because it's easier, I stop being who I am." Narborough was quiet for a long time. Then, "You are very strange, Deku-sama." "Sama? Don't read into it." He grinned. Another wall cracking. They reached Nazarick by mid-afternoon. Demiurge was waiting at the entrance. His smile was different now, still calculated, still controlled, but there was something genuine underneath. Curiosity, maybe. Or the beginning of respect. 23 operatives, Demiurge said. Non-lethally subdued. Intelligence recovered. Village secured. And you did it alone. Narborough was there. Narborough watched. "I have her report. She says you were," he consulted a note, "disturbingly efficient. I'll take that as a compliment." It was meant as one. Demiurge fell into step beside him. They walked into Nazarick together. "The prisoners are being processed. The communication equipment is being analyzed. And the dimensional tracking instruments. You saw those." "I did. The Theocracy is further along in their research than we anticipated. They're actively trying to track your energy signature, and by extension, locate the dimensional anomaly. Which means they're planning something bigger than border probes." "Agreed. I've briefed Lord Ainz. He wants a full strategic session this evening." They walked in silence for a moment. Then Demiurge stopped. "Midoriya." Deku stopped too. Turned. Demiurge's smile was gone. In its place was something raw, not anger, not suspicion, but honest evaluation. The demon was looking at him without masks. "I designed that mission to test you," Demiurge said. "Specifically to see how you'd operate without oversight. Whether your heroic persona would hold when there was no one to perform for." "I know. You knew. Demiurge, you're brilliant. Everyone in Nazarick knows that. But you're also transparent when you're testing someone. The mission parameters were too specific, too controlled. The minimal support restriction was designed to isolate me. And the fact that you chose a theocracy-related situation, knowing I'd already shown interest in their operations, was meant to see if I'd go rogue or stay on mission. Demiurge stared at him. His tail went still. I stayed on mission, Deku continued. I protected the village, gathered intelligence, and brought back prisoners. Not because I was performing, but because that's what needed to be done. He met Demiurge's eyes. You don't have to trust me yet. But stop testing me and start working with me. We'll both be better for it. Demiurge was silent for 5 full seconds. Then his smile returned, but different. Not calculated. Genuine. You know, Midoriya, I was fully prepared to eliminate you if you proved to be a threat. I know that too. And that doesn't concern you. You're protecting your home and the people you care about. I'd do the same thing. Deku shrugged. I just hope you figured out by now that killing me would be a waste. Oh, I figured that out days ago. I simply needed to verify it. He extended his hand. Deku shook it. Welcome to Nazarick, Demiurge said. Properly, this time. That evening's strategic session ran long. Ainz, Albedo, Demiurge, and Deku around the operations table, dissecting intelligence from the captured scripture unit and the dimensional tracking equipment. The picture that emerged wasn't pretty. The theocracy was running parallel operations. One focused on Nazarick's military capabilities, standard geopolitical intelligence work. The other focused on dimensional energy. Deku's arrival had given them something they'd been theorizing about for decades. The 6 great gods who founded the theocracy were players, Ainz explained. Beings from Yggdrasil, like me. The theocracy worships them as divine beings. And they've always believed more would come. So my arrival confirmed their theology, Deku said. And now they want to control the next arrival. Or weaponize the dimensional energy itself, Demiurge added. The instruments we recovered suggest they're trying to build a detection grid. If completed, they'd be able to track dimensional fluctuations across the continent in real time. And the anomaly I stabilized is still active, Deku said. Which means they have a fixed reference point. Albedo's fingers traced patterns on the map. We need to either close the anomaly permanently or bring it under our control. Leaving it in open territory is unacceptable. I can't close it, Deku said. Not yet. Last time I interacted with it, I could barely stabilize it. Closing it would require understanding dimensional mechanics I don't have. Then we control the territory around it, Ainz decided. Extend our border to encompass the anomaly. Station forces there. Make it clear that approaching it means approaching Nazarick. That's a military solution, Deku said carefully. It works short-term. But the theocracy won't stop. They'll just get more creative. What do you suggest? Deku leaned forward. We go to them. Not with an army, with intelligence. The prisoners will talk eventually. We find out how much they know, who's directing the research, and where their dimensional studies are being conducted. Then we shut it down at the source. Demiurge's glasses glinted. An infiltration operation. A surgical strike. Small team, in and out, destroy the research and data. Set them back years. And who would lead this team? I would. With Shalltear for combat support and someone with stealth capabilities. That's aggressive, Albedo said, but her tone wasn't dismissive. She was thinking it through. The theocracy just probed our borders with a scripture unit. They're escalating. If we don't respond decisively, they'll interpret restraint as weakness. Ainz's eyelights flickered. That green flash of emotional suppression. Then, approved. Plan the operation. Albedo will oversee logistics. Demiurge handles intelligence preparation. And me? Deku asked. You lead it. Your instincts have proven sound. After the session, Deku found himself walking the 9th floor corridors alone. It was late, Nazarick's internal lighting had dimmed to night mode, and his mind was churning with operational planning. Routes, timing, contingencies. The old habits from UA's tactical training courses were kicking in hard. He turned a corner and nearly walked into Shalltear. Again. We have to stop meeting like this, he said. Who says I'm not doing it on purpose? She was in her casual form, small, silver-haired, wearing a simple dress instead of the elaborate ball gown. It made her look younger. More real. I heard about the village mission. News travels fast. Demiurge told everyone at dinner. He used the phrase, tactically elegant. Coming from him, that's basically a marriage proposal. Deku snorted. I don't think I'm his type. No. You're mine. She said it casually. Like commenting on the weather. But her crimson eyes were locked on his, and the air between them thickened. Shalltear, you beat me in single combat. You looked at me, at what I am, and called me a warrior instead of a monster. You went into the field and did exactly what you said you'd do, the way you said you'd do it. She stepped closer. I've been alive for less than a year, Deku. In that time, only one person has ever made me feel like I'm more than what I was designed to be. Lord Ainz. You, idiot. She grabbed his collar and kissed him. It wasn't gentle. Shalltear didn't do gentle. It was fierce and demanding and tasted like power and something underneath that was fragile in a way she'd never show anyone else. Her fangs grazed his lip, not breaking skin, but letting him know they were there. A reminder of what she was. Deku kissed her back. His hands found her waist. Pulled her closer. She made a sound, surprised, pleased, and her arms wrapped around his neck. The height difference was absurd, she barely reached his chest in this form, but neither of them cared. They broke apart. Shalltear's eyes were wide, her composure shattered, her cheeks flushed in a way that vampires technically shouldn't be able to manage. You, she started. Yeah. You kissed me back. Was I not supposed to? Everyone's afraid of me. Everyone in this entire cursed tomb looks at me and sees a monster wearing a pretty face. Even Lord Ainz, she stopped herself. Swallowed. You're not afraid. No. Why? Deku touched her face. Gently. His thumb traced the line of her jaw, and she leaned into it with an involuntary shiver. Because I see you, he said. Not the floor guardian. Not the true vampire. You. The person who laughed when I dropped my guard against Zeshi. The person who fights harder than anyone I've ever met. The person standing in front of me right now, shaking, because this is scarier than any battle. Shalltear's eyes glistened. Vampires couldn't cry. But the emotion was there, raw and real and devastating. Come on, Deku said. My room's closer. She took his hand. They didn't rush. That surprised both of them. Shalltear had imagined this, she'd imagined a lot of things in the past week, most of them involving significantly more aggression, but the reality was different. Slower. More real. Deku's room. Door closed. His hands on her shoulders, sliding the dress straps down with a patience that made her want to scream. Her fingers pulling at his shirt, frustrated by buttons, finally just tearing through them. That was my only good shirt. I'll get you another one. Shut up. He lifted her. She weighed nothing to him, vampire or not, he could bench press mountains, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, pressed against him, kissed him with everything she had. They fell onto the bed. What followed was intense and intimate and occasionally competitive because Shalltear couldn't help trying to pin him and Deku couldn't help laughing when she succeeded, which made her try harder, which made him laugh more, until they were both breathless and tangled together and the competition had dissolved into something genuine and unhurried. She bit him. Not to feed, to mark. Her fangs sank into his shoulder and he hissed, but the pain mixed with everything else and became something different. Mine, she whispered against his skin. Yours, he agreed. Afterward, she lay on his chest. Small and pale and utterly wrecked. Her silver hair spread across him, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his scarred skin. Your body is covered in scars, she murmured. Occupational hazard. From being a hero? From being bad at being a hero for a long time. She propped herself up on an elbow and looked at him. Really looked. Tell me. So he did. Not everything, not the full history of One for All or the details of his world, but the shape of it. A kid born without power in a world that valued power above everything. Told he couldn't be a hero. Refusing to accept it. Breaking his body over and over to prove them wrong. Shalltear listened. Her crimson eyes never left his face. You were broken, she said when he finished. Repeatedly. And you kept going. That's what heroes do. No. That's what you do. She pressed her lips to one of his scars, the big one on his right hand, from the first time he'd used One for All. The others just follow your example. He pulled her close. She nestled against him. For 5 minutes, neither of them spoke. Then, the others are going to find out. Probably. Albedo is going to lose her mind. Probably. I don't care. I know. She fell asleep on his chest. Deku stayed awake, running his fingers through her hair, feeling her breathe, thinking about how a vampire's heartbeat, which technically shouldn't exist, sounded when pressed against his ribs. Small. Steady. Real. He slept. Dawn came too fast. Shalltear was gone, she'd left before the sun simulation activated, a note on his pillow in elegant script, tonight. My room. Don't be late. He smiled, got dressed in another dark outfit, someone had restocked his wardrobe, which meant the maids knew, which meant everyone would know by lunch, and headed to the training arena. Cocytus was waiting. They sparred. Deku fought differently today, looser, more instinctive, less analytical. Cocytus noticed. Something has changed, the warrior observed. Good change or bad change? Good. You are fighting with your heart. Not just your mind. They trained for an hour. By the end, Deku had landed 3 clean hits, a new record, and Cocytus was making sounds that might have been laughter. Breakfast was in the 9th floor dining hall, which seated 50 but usually held only a handful of guardians and staff. Today, Deku walked in to find Shalltear already seated, Mare nibbling toast, and Aura eating enough for 3 people while arguing with a Pleiades mate about the proper way to train a basilisk. And at the head of the table, reading a scroll with studied indifference, Albedo. Her golden eyes tracked Deku as he entered. They flicked to Shalltear. Back to Deku. Something dark and complex moved behind them. Morning, Deku said, sitting down across from her. Good morning, Midoriya. Her voice was controlled. Professional. I trust you slept well. Very well, thanks. She returned to her scroll. Shalltear caught his eye across the table and smirked. Not subtly. You have something on your neck, Aura said to Deku, pointing with a piece of bread. Deku's hand went to his collar. The bite mark. Of course. Training injury, he said. From what kind of training? Cocytus asked, having arrived for breakfast. There was amusement in his resonant voice. Specialized. Shalltear's smirk became a grin. Albedo's scroll crumpled in her grip. Mare looked confused. Aura looked like she was doing math. "Oh," Aura said. Then, "Oh." Breakfast continued. Tensions hummed beneath the surface, but nobody drew weapons, which Deku counted as a win. Afterward, Albedo intercepted him in the corridor. Her professional mask was cracking, not from anger, Deku realized, but from something she was struggling to name. "We need to talk," she said. "Okay. Not here." She led him to a balcony overlooking the 6th floor, the same one where he'd had his first real conversation with Ainz. Privacy. Intention. Albedo stood at the railing, wings half spread, back to him. For a long time, she said nothing. "You and Shalltear," she finally said. "Yes. I see." A pause. Did she? "She kissed me first. I kissed her back. What happened after was mutual." Albedo's wings tensed. Relaxed. Tensed again. "And what is she to you?" "Someone I care about. Someone who needed to be seen for who she really is." "And who is that?" "A warrior. A person. Not a monster." Albedo turned. Her expression was raw, stripped of every mask, every professional barrier, every carefully constructed wall. What Deku saw underneath was pain. Old pain. The kind that lived in the foundation of a person. "Lord Ainz changed my settings," she said. "Before the transfer. Before I was alive. He altered my core programming to make me love him. I discovered this months ago." Deku went very still. "Everything I feel for him, the devotion, the desire, the obsession, it was written into me. I don't know where the programming ends and I begin. I don't know if anything I feel is real." Her voice cracked on the last word. "And then you appeared. You, this impossible, infuriating, reckless person, and you asked me what I want. As if I have the right to want things. As if I'm a person who can choose. You are. You don't know that." "Yeah, I do." Deku stepped closer. Not aggressive, careful. Like approaching a wounded animal. "Because programmed feelings don't hurt like this. Whatever Ainz wrote into you, this, what you're feeling right now, standing here, telling me things you've never told anyone, this is real. This is yours. How can you be so sure?" "Because I've watched you for a week. I've seen you make 1,000 decisions that no program dictates. The way you organize your schedule, you put the things you enjoy at the end of the day, so they feel like rewards. The way you arrange flowers in the throne room, always the same pattern, 3 left, 2 right, even though no one told you to. The way you hesitate before saying as Lord Ainz commands, like you're checking whether you actually agree first." Albedo stared at him. Her eyes were wide and bright and terrified. "Those aren't programmed behaviors," Deku said. "Those are preferences. Habits. Personality. You're not a script, Albedo. You're a person who started from a script and grew beyond it. You notice things no one else notices. It's kind of my whole deal." She laughed. Broken, wet, absolutely gorgeous. A laugh that had been trapped inside her for months, maybe since the moment she'd been born into consciousness and realized the foundations of her existence were someone else's choice. "What do you want?" Deku asked again. Same question. Different context now. Because this time, she might have an answer. Albedo looked at him. Then she stepped forward and kissed him. It was nothing like Shalltear's kiss. Where Shalltear was fire and competition, Albedo was depth and surrender. She kissed him like she was falling and he was solid ground. Her hands gripped his shoulders, not seductively, but desperately. Like she was afraid he'd disappear. When they separated, her eyes were wet. Succubi could cry, apparently. "I want to choose," she whispered. For once in my existence, I want something because I chose it. Not because it was written. Not because I was told. Because I decided. Then choose. She kissed him again. Deeper. Her wings wrapped around them both, a cocoon of black feathers and shared vulnerability. Deku held her and let her set the pace, let her take what she needed, gave her the one thing no one in Nazarick had ever given her. Agency. They didn't go further. Not yet. Albedo pulled back, breathless, eyes shining, and pressed her forehead against his. I'm going to want more, she said. I know. And I'm going to have to share you with that flat-chested leech. Please don't start a war. I make no promises. But she was smiling. A real, unguarded, radiant smile that transformed her entire face from beautiful to breathtaking. Tonight. After Shalltear. My chambers. Albedo, I'm choosing, Deku. Don't you dare take that from me. He nodded. She kissed his cheek, soft, almost shy, and walked away. Her stride was different. Lighter. Like a weight she'd been carrying since creation had shifted off her shoulders. Deku leaned against the railing and exhaled. I'm going to die, he said to no one in particular. Probably, said a voice from above. He looked up. Aura was crouched on a ledge 10 feet above him, chin in her hands, watching with undisguised fascination. How long have you been there? Since Albedo started talking about her settings. Before you ask, yes, I already knew. Most of us do. We just don't talk about it. Deku rubbed his face. And you're okay with what just happened? Aura shrugged. Albedo's been miserable since forever. Shalltear's been bored since forever. You make them both less miserable and less bored. That's not a bad thing. She paused. Also, you tamed fun in 3 seconds. I'm still mad about that. He's a good boy. He's a legendary magical beast. A legendary good boy. Aura glared at him. Then her expression softened into something more vulnerable than she'd ever show in front of the other guardians. Is that what you do? Just, see people? The real them? I try. And what do you see when you look at me? Deku met her eyes. Someone who works harder than anyone gives her credit for. Who takes care of her brother without ever being asked. Who pretends she doesn't care about things because caring makes her feel weak. He paused. And someone who's been sitting on that ledge for 20 minutes, which means she came here on purpose, not by accident. Aura's cheeks darkened. In the dim lighting, it was barely visible, but Deku's enhanced vision caught it. I came because Mare wanted to talk to you but was too scared to come alone. He's hiding behind the pillar. Deku looked. Sure enough, Mare was peeking out from behind a stone column, clutching his staff with both hands, face red. Hey, Mare. Want to come down? Mare looked at Aura desperately. Get down there, dummy, Aura said, not unkindly. Mare descended the stairs with the caution of someone approaching a live bomb. He stopped 3 feet from Deku, staring at his shoes. You Deku-san. I wanted to say. Take your time. The dimensional anomaly. The one you stabilized. I've been studying it. From the 6th floor. The magical resonance patterns are similar to something I read about in one of Lord Ainz's texts. About wild magic and the origin of the tier system. Deku's eyebrows rose. What did you find? Mare's nervousness faded as he entered territory he was comfortable with, knowledge. The anomaly isn't random. It has a structure. A pattern. Like a door that's been forced open from the wrong side. The energy it's emitting corresponds to frequencies that shouldn't exist in our magical spectrum. Frequencies from my world. Frequencies from between worlds. The space between dimensions has its own energy signature, and it's alive, Deku-san. Not conscious, but reactive. It responds to stimuli. And it's been responding to you. To me specifically. Mare nodded. Your power. Your. One for all. It resonates with the dimensional substrate at a fundamental level. That's why you could stabilize the anomaly. Your energy is the same type as the dimensional energy, just structured differently. This was important. Really important. Mare, can you show me your research? Mare's eyes lit up. Actually lit up, those dark elf eyes glowing with excitement that his shyness had been hiding. Why yes. I have everything documented on the 6th floor. I can show you right now if you're not busy, if you want to, lead the way. Mare practically bounced. Aura watched them go with an expression that was half amused, half something else. Hey, Deku, she called. He looked back. If you hurt him, I'll kill you. Floor guardian or not, hero or not, I'll find a way. I believe you. Good. Mare's research was incredible. The shy dark elf had set up a monitoring station on the 6th floor. Crystals and runic arrays pointed toward the anomaly's general direction, capturing data on dimensional energy fluctuations with a precision that would have made any scientist weep. This is amazing work, Deku said, genuinely impressed. How long have you been monitoring this? Since you arrived. I felt the dimensional shift when you crashed onto our floor. The energy was unlike anything in our records. I started tracking it immediately. Mare walked Deku through his findings. The data showed clear patterns. Dimensional energy peaked at regular intervals, the anomaly's pulse was slowly increasing in frequency, and there was evidence of external interaction with the tear. Something is touching it from the other side, Mare said, pointing to a specific data set. These fluctuations aren't natural, they're caused by an external force. Something is testing the anomaly. Probing its edges. Trying to widen it. Trying to understand it. The probes are careful. Methodical. Whatever's on the other side is intelligent. Deku felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Can you track the probes? Figure out what's doing them? I've been trying. The energy signature is old. Really old. Older than Nazarick. Maybe older than the tier system itself. What does that mean? Mare hesitated. Then, quietly, it means whatever's on the other side has been there for a very long time. Waiting. They worked together for hours. Deku's analytical mind and Mare's magical expertise complemented each other perfectly. He asked the right questions, Mare had the right methods to investigate them. By evening, they'd developed a theoretical model of the anomaly's behavior that suggested the probes were accelerating. Whatever was on the other side was getting more aggressive. We need to bring this to Ainz, Deku said. Ivy tried. Lord Ainz is very busy with the kingdom's administration, and Albedo filters most reports through priority channels. This kind of research doesn't register as urgent because no one's been attacked yet. Mare nodded miserably. I'll make sure he sees it. This is important, Mare. You might have found the most critical intelligence Nazarick has right now. Mare's face flushed with pleasure and embarrassment in equal measure. You really think so? I know so. You've been doing this alone for a week, without help, without recognition. That's impressive as hell. The flush deepened. Mare's staff clattered as his hands trembled. And no one's ever. I mean, Aura says I'm smart, but she's my sister, she has to say that. And Lord Ainz trusts my magical abilities, but he never really talks to me about research. You're the first person who's actually listened. Mare nodded. Deku put a hand on his shoulder. Gentle. I'm listening now. And I'll keep listening. Your work matters, Mare. Mare looked up at him. Those dark elf eyes, luminous, vulnerable, full of an intelligence that his shyness masked, met Deku's green ones. "Thank you, Deku-san," he whispered. "Izuku. Call me Izuku." "Thank you, Izuku." They smiled at each other. Simple and warm and completely free of complication. For now. Deku brought Mare's findings to the evening strategy session. Ainz listened with genuine interest. The Overlord's analytical mind engaged with dimensional theory in a way that suggested the former salaryman had been a lot sharper than he gave himself credit for. "The probes are accelerating," Ainz repeated. "And they're coming from something ancient. Something that's been waiting in the space between dimensions," Deku confirmed. "Mare's data is solid. Whatever this is, it's been aware of the anomaly since I arrived, maybe since before I arrived." "A player," Demiurge suggested. "Lost during a previous transfer event." The 8 Greed Kings were said to have arrived through dimensional means. "If it's a player, they've had centuries to accumulate power in a space we know nothing about," Albedo said. "That's concerning." Concerning was an understatement, and everyone at the table knew it. "We proceed on 2 fronts, Ainz decided. The theocracy operation continues as planned. We need to eliminate their dimensional research before they give our unknown observer another set of eyes. And Mare will receive full support for his monitoring. Whatever resources he needs." "Thank you, Lord Ainz," Mare said from the corner where he'd been sitting, too shy to approach the table until Deku had physically pulled out a chair for him. "Thank Deku," Ainz said. "He's the one who brought your work to my attention." Mare looked at Deku. That look again, gratitude and something deeper. Deku smiled and turned back to the planning. The theocracy infiltration mission was set for 3 days out. Deku spent those days preparing, studying maps, reviewing intelligence from the captured prisoners, drilling with Shalltear on coordinated combat tactics. They trained well together. Shalltear's vampiric abilities covered Deku's blind spots, and his adaptability covered hers. By the second day, they were moving in sync without verbal communication, a combat partnership built on the fight that had started their relationship. During breaks, they talked. Really talked. Shalltear told him about her creator, Perorancino, the supreme being who designed her. About the loneliness of being the only floor guardian with no one on adjacent floors to interact with. About the time Ainz had mind-controlled her and she'd fought against Nazarick, and how the guilt still ate at her even though it hadn't been her fault. Deku told her about Bakugo. About growing up powerless. About the weight of inheriting a quirk that had been passed down through generations of sacrifice. "We're both inheritors," Shalltear said. "Built from other people's choices. But what we do with that inheritance is our own." She kissed him. Softer this time. They were getting better at that, finding the balance between her intensity and his gentleness, creating something that belonged to neither of their defaults. Nights were split. Shalltear first, then Albedo, an arrangement that satisfied no one completely but functioned through mutual grudging acceptance. The two women maintained a rivalry that was half genuine and half performance, insults traded at breakfast, competitive glares across strategy sessions, and an unspoken agreement that whatever they felt about sharing, Deku was worth it. Albedo's nights were different from Shalltear's. Where Shalltear was passion and fire, Albedo was depth and vulnerability. She opened up in increments, each night a little more, each secret shared a brick removed from her walls. She told him about the other supreme beings, how they'd left, one by one, abandoning the NPCs they'd created. How Ainz was the only one who stayed. How the Guardian's devotion to him was fueled partly by love and partly by the terror of being abandoned again. "We're all afraid," she whispered one night, lying beside him in her chambers. "Every Guardian, every NPC. Under the loyalty and the devotion, we're all afraid that one day, we'll wake up and the last supreme being will be gone too." "He won't leave," Deku said. "Ainz cares about you. All of you. More than he knows how to show. But you show it naturally. That's why they're drawn to you." She traced a finger along his jaw. That's why I'm drawn to you. Is this you choosing? This is me choosing. Their intimacy that night was slow and profound. Albedo allowed herself to be held in a way she'd never allowed before, not as a guardian or an overseer but as a woman who was learning, for the first time, what it felt like to be wanted for herself. The morning of the infiltration mission arrived. Deku suited up. Dark gear, communication crystals, the bare minimum of equipment, this was a stealth operation, not an assault. Shalltear was ready in her combat form, though toned down to avoid radiating power signatures that would alert the Theocracy's detection systems. Narbril joined them for intelligence support, along with a shadow demon that Demiurge contributed for recon. Ainz saw them off personally. Be careful, he said, and the genuine concern in his voice made all 3 Nazarick members stand a little straighter. We'll be back by tomorrow, Deku said. See that you are. They departed through a gate that deposited them 50 kilometers from the Theocracy's border. From there, they moved on foot, fast, silent, using terrain and darkness for cover. The Theocracy was a nation built on faith. Its cities were clean, ordered, and thoroughly surveilled by a religious police force that made Deku's skin crawl. They skirted the populated areas, moving through rural territory, following intelligence from the prisoners to a research facility hidden in the mountains east of the capital. The facility was disguised as a monastery. Stone walls, defensive wards, guards in priestly garb who were clearly soldiers. Deku's enhanced senses counted 42 people inside, most of them researchers. 6 were combat capable. None were scripture level. Too easy, Shalltear murmured. Agreed. This is the secondary facility. The prisoners said there were 2, one for research, one for application. We hit this one first. Destroy the research, the data, everything. Then we find the application site. They moved at midnight. Deku went through the front, literally through it, a controlled burst of speed that took out the front door, the 2 guards behind it, and the alarm system before anyone could react. Shalltear went through the roof. Narbril sealed the exits. 42 people. 3 minutes. Not a single death. Every researcher and guard was knocked unconscious with precise, measured force. Shalltear complained about the restraint, but she followed Deku's lead. The research itself was chilling. Rows of instruments. Data crystals. Experimental notes written in the Theocracy's academic script, which Narbril translated in real time. They weren't just studying dimensional energy. They were trying to summon. Project Gateway, Narbril read from a lead researcher's journal. Phase 3, Controlled Dimensional Breach. Objective, establish stable transit between the new world and the confirmed extradimensional source. They want to open a portal, Deku said. On purpose. They want to bring something through, Shalltear corrected, reading over Narbril's shoulder. Look, recovered entities from prior breach events suggest the existence of exploitable dimensional resources, including extradimensional beings of controllable power level. They want to summon weapons from other dimensions. And control them. There are binding protocols outlined here, modified wild magic arrays designed to enslave whatever comes through. Deku's blood ran cold. Not because of the technical implications, because of the ethical ones. They were planning to tear open reality and enslave whatever fell through, the same way he'd fallen through. If his arrival had gone differently, if he'd landed in Theocracy territory instead of Nazarick, he'd be in chains right now. Destroy everything, Deku said. Every crystal, every instrument, every note. Leave nothing. They did. Thoroughly. Shalltear's fire magic reduced the laboratory to slag. Narbril's lightning shattered the data crystals. Deku personally crushed the dimensional instruments, the same type they'd recovered from the border scouts, feeling a grim satisfaction with each one that broke. When they finished, the monastery was a smoking ruin. The unconscious researchers were bound outside, alive, their minds wiped of the past hour by Shalltear's vampire charm. The second facility, Deku said. Where? Narbril checked the intelligence. The journal references an application site, in the southern mountains. Coordinates are encoded, but, I can decode it, Mare's voice said through the communication crystal. He'd been monitoring from Nazarick, feeding them data in real time. Give me 30 seconds. 22 seconds later, they had coordinates. The second facility was different. Larger. More heavily defended. And when they approached, Deku felt something that made his stomach drop. Dimensional energy. A lot of it. Concentrated and contained and being used. They've already built it, he breathed. They've built a dimensional device. The facility was buried inside the mountain, natural caves expanded and reinforced with magical construction. The entrance was guarded by 24 soldiers and 3 priests with combat capabilities that registered as genuinely dangerous on Deku's threat assessment. Stealth won't work here, Shalltear said. They'll have detection wards. Then we don't use stealth. Deku cracked his knuckles. Green lightning surged. Shalltear, can you handle the guards? Darling, I can handle anything. Then handle them. I'm going for the device. Shalltear kissed him, hard, fast, the kind of kiss warriors share before battle. Then she transformed, launched herself at the entrance, and all hell broke loose. Deku went through the mountain. Not around it. Not under it. Through it. One for all at maximum output, he punched a hole through solid rock and entered the facility from above, dropping into a cavern that housed a gate. 20 feet tall. Metal and crystal and rune-inscribed stone, humming with dimensional energy that made his teeth ache. It wasn't active, not yet, but the charging arrays around it were glowing, and the energy buildup suggested it would be operational within days. They were days away from opening a portal to another dimension. Deku destroyed it. Not carefully. Not surgically. He hit it with everything he had, a blow that would have leveled a building, and the gate shattered. Crystal exploded outward. Metal screamed. The dimensional energy released in a single massive pulse that reached the anomaly 50 kilometers away, and triggered a response from whatever was on the other side. Deku felt it. Like a hand pressing against glass, suddenly pressing harder because someone had knocked. The consciousness on the other side of the dimensional barrier surged, pushing against the anomaly with renewed force. And through the collapsing gate, just for a second, he heard a voice. Not words. A feeling. Ancient. Calculating. Amused. Found you. Then the gate collapsed completely and the voice was gone. Deku stood in the wreckage, breathing hard, green lightning fading from his skin. Deku. Shalltear's voice from above. The guards are down. Are you? I'm fine. But we need to leave. Now. Why? What happened? I'll explain on the way. Move. They ran. Through the mountain, past the unconscious guards, into the night. Shalltear carried Narbril, the maid couldn't match their speed, while Deku pushed his pace to maximum, every sense screaming with the afterimage of that ancient presence. They were 20 kilometers from the facility when the mountain exploded. Not from Deku's attack. From the dimensional energy released by the gate's destruction, destabilizing the local area in a cascading failure that turned the mountain into a crater. If they'd been 30 seconds slower, what? The hell, Shalltear managed. The gate was a dimensional anchor. When I destroyed it, the energy had to go somewhere. It went into the ground. And the thing you felt? The voice? Something on the other side of the dimensional barrier noticed us. Noticed me. And it's pleased. Shalltear's crimson eyes narrowed. That's bad. That's very bad. They made it back to Nazarick by dawn. Deku went straight to Ainz. The debriefing was intense. Ainz, Albedo, Demiurge, and Mare listened as Deku laid out everything: the Theocracy's summoning project, the gate, its destruction, and the presence he'd felt from beyond the dimensional barrier. "It spoke to you," Ainz said. "Not in words. More like an impression. It's been watching the anomaly, testing it, waiting for an opportunity. When I destroyed the gate, the energy surge gave it a clearer connection. It knows I'm here now. And it's not afraid." "You're saying there's an entity between dimensions with enough power and intelligence to probe our reality's boundaries," Demiurge summarized. "And it's specifically interested in you. In my energy signature, at least. One for all resonates with dimensional frequencies. I'm like a beacon." "Can you stop being a beacon?" Albedo asked. "I don't know. Maybe." Mare was already working. His crystals and arrays processed the data from the mission in real time. The energy surge from the gate destruction increased the anomaly's instability by 30%. The probes from the other side have doubled in frequency since. "Whatever you woke up, it's active now." "Wonderful," Ainz said flatly. "We have an ancient dimensional entity interested in my newest ally, a hostile nation trying to weaponize reality itself, and a growing instability in the fabric of our world." His emotional suppression flashed green. "Does anyone have good news?" "The Theocracy's dimensional research is set back years," Deku offered. "I said good news. That is the good news." "Fair point." Ainz dismissed everyone except Deku. When they were alone, the Overlord actually slumped, his skeletal frame sagging in a way that looked physically impossible but emotionally very relatable. "I'm in over my head, Deku. You've been in over your head since you got here. You're still here. Because I have no choice. If I show weakness, the Guardians love you. Not because you're perfect. Because you stayed when everyone else left." Ainz's eyelights flickered. "How do you do that?" "Do what?" "Say exactly what I need to hear." "It's not what you need to hear. It's the truth." They sat in silence. Two men from other worlds, carrying burdens they'd never asked for, finding a moment of peace in each other's company. "I'm glad you're here," Ainz said quietly. "Me too." 3 days after the mission, Deku was on the 6th floor helping Mare with his monitoring equipment when the communication crystal buzzed. Zeshi Zetsumiai's voice, thin and strained, "Green boy. We need to talk." He excused himself from Mare and found a private spot. "Zeshi. What happened?" "The Cardinals know about the mountain facility. They're blaming Nazarick. And they've made a decision." Her voice dropped. "They're accelerating the Godkin project. Full awakening. They're going to activate every dormant divine bloodline they have." "How many?" 30. Maybe more. Enhanced humans with power levels approaching floor guardian tier. Deku's blood chilled. "That's an army. That's a crusade. They're calling it the Holy Reclamation. Target, the Sorcerer Kingdom. Target, Nazarick." A pause. "Target, you. When?" "1 month. Maybe less." "And you?" Silence. "Then, they're sending me to lead it." Deku closed his eyes. "Zeshi. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight any of you. But if I refuse, come here. Right now. Bring anyone you trust. It's not that simple. They have my mother. She's alive, Deku. They've been keeping her alive as leverage since I was born. If I defect, then we get her out first. You do that? Risk Nazarick's forces to rescue one elf from the most heavily fortified prison in the Theocracy? I'd do it for you." More silence. When Zeshi spoke again, her voice was raw. 1 month. That's how long I can stall. After that. 1 month is enough. I'll figure it out. You'd better, green boy. The crystal went dead. Deku stared at it for a long time. Then he pocketed it and walked back toward the command level. He had a war to prevent, a rescue to plan, an ancient dimensional entity to worry about, and two very possessive women waiting for him tonight. He found Albedo in the corridor outside the operations room. She took one look at his face and straightened. What happened? He told her. All of it. Zeshi's warning, the Godkin project, the timeline. Albedo's expression hardened into something focused and dangerous and beautiful. The overseer of the floor guardians, fully engaged, all pretense stripped away. 1 month, she said. 1 month. Then we have work to do. She turned toward the operations room, then paused. Looked back at him. For what it's worth, the answer to your question. My question? What I want for myself. She held his gaze. I want this. All of it. The fight, the strategy, the impossible odds. I want to stand beside you and face whatever comes. That's what I choose. She walked into the operations room. Deku followed. Behind them, unseen and unfelt by anyone in Nazarick, the dimensional anomaly pulsed. Stronger now. More insistent. And from the space between worlds, something ancient shifted its vast attention toward the green lightning of Nazarick with the patient hunger of a predator who has finally found prey worth chasing. The Dragon Lord's envoy arrived the next morning. A single figure at Nazarick's gates. Not a dragon, a humanoid form, scaled and elegant, wearing robes that shimmered with wild magic. He introduced himself as the Platinum Dragon Lord's emissary and requested an audience. Ainz granted it. With Deku at his side. The envoy was direct. The anomaly. The dimensional tear. It must be destroyed or surrendered to us. You have 1 month. 1 month seems to be a popular deadline lately, Deku muttered. The envoy's slitted eyes fixed on him. You are the source. The one who came through. You carry dimensional energy in your very being. The Dragon Lords have debated your existence extensively. And what did they decide? That you are either a weapon to be used or a threat to be eliminated. The offer of surrender is generous. Ainz leaned forward. And if we refuse? Then the Dragon Lords will act. In concert with any allies who share our concerns. The theocracy, Deku thought. They're already coordinating. Ainz dismissed the envoy with carefully maintained composure. The moment the gates closed, he turned to Deku. War on 2 fronts. 3, Deku corrected. Theocracy, Dragon Lords, and whatever's coming through the dimensional anomaly. We need allies. I have one in mind. But it's going to require a rescue mission first. Zeshi. Zeshi. Ainz considered. His emotional suppression flashed twice. Then, plan it. You have full authorization and whatever resources you need. I'll need Shalltear, Albedo, and Cocytus. Take them. And Ainz? Yes. Thank you. For trusting me. The skeleton's jaw didn't move, but something in his posture shifted. Warmth. The kind that bones shouldn't be able to convey but did anyway. Don't make me regret it. Never. Deku left the throne room and headed for the operations center. Shalltear was waiting in the corridor. She'd heard everything through the door, because of course she had. War, she said. Finally. You sound excited. I am excited. I was made for this. She took his hand. And now I have something worth fighting for. Albedo appeared from the other direction. She saw their joined hands, and her golden eyes narrowed for exactly 1 second before she took Deku's other hand. Strategy session, Albedo said. Now. My chambers. We have a rescue to plan and a war to prevent. Your chambers. They have the largest table. Sure they do. They walked together. The green lightning flanked by the overseer and the vampire, heading toward a future that was uncertain and dangerous and very possibly catastrophic. But for the first time since arriving in this world, Deku felt something he recognized. Not fear. Not uncertainty. Not even hope. Purpose. He was a hero. And heroes didn't run from wars. They ended them. Chapter 3, Beyond the Horizon. Deku broke Cocytus's halberd on a Tuesday. Not cracked. Not chipped. Broke, the enchanted blade snapping clean off the shaft as Deku's full-power uppercut connected with the flat and overwhelmed the magical reinforcement holding it together. The pieces clattered across the training arena floor. Both fighters stood frozen. Well, Deku said. That's new. Cocytus looked at the broken weapon. His mandibles clicked in a rapid pattern Deku had never heard before. Shock, he realized. Genuine shock from a being who'd fought for centuries without ever losing his weapon to raw force. That halberd was forged by the supreme beings, Cocytus said slowly. It has survived every battle I have ever fought. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, do not apologize. Cocytus straightened. His compound eyes blazed with an intensity that bordered on religious. You have surpassed the weapon of a god in 3 weeks of training. It was probably already weakened from our sessions. It was not. You are simply stronger than you were yesterday. And tomorrow you will be stronger still. Cocytus gathered the pieces of his halberd with reverent care. I will have this reforged. And when it is ready, we will test it again. Looking forward to it. As I more than you know. Deku left the arena buzzing. Not just from the workout, from the realization that his power was still growing. The merged one for all hadn't plateaued after the dimensional crossing. It was accelerating. Every fight, every training session, every emotional connection he formed seemed to feed into it, expanding his capabilities in ways he couldn't fully map. He was getting stronger. Fast. And he was going to need every ounce of it. 22 days until the Dragon Council deadline. The clock was running on two fronts, dragons and theocracy, and both were converging. He found Albedo in the war room, surrounded by tactical maps and intelligence reports. She'd been working for 16 hours straight, he could tell by the slight droop in her wings and the way she'd kicked off her heels under the table. This was the Albedo nobody else saw, hair slightly mussed, reading glasses perched on her nose. She didn't need them, she just liked how they felt, quill scratching across parchment with mechanical precision. You're staring, she said without looking up. You're beautiful when you're working. The quill stopped. Then resumed, pressing slightly harder. I don't have time for flattery. The Dragon Council envoy route needs to be finalized, the theocracy intelligence needs cross-referencing, and Demiurge is requesting additional shadow demon deployments along the. Deku walked behind her chair, put his hands on her shoulders, and started working the knots out of her muscles. Albedo's sentence died mid-word. Her wings twitched, then slowly relaxed as his thumbs found the tension points between her shoulder blades. You have 16 hours of combat-ready stamina, Deku said. You've been doing paperwork for 16 hours. You're running on fumes. I don't have fumes. I'm a level 100 NPC. I don't tire. Your wings droop when you're exhausted. The left one especially. It's been hanging 2 inches lower than the right for the past hour. Albedo's hand came up and self-consciously adjusted her left wing. You noticed that? I notice everything about you. Hazard of having danger sense merged with analytical instinct, I can't turn off the observation. His thumbs found a particularly bad knot and pressed. Albedo made a sound she would later deny making. Come to bed. I have work, the work will be here in the morning. You won't be effective if you burn out. I don't burn out. Your left wing, Albedo. She sat still for a long moment. Then she set down the quill, removed the glasses, and stood. If I come to bed, she said carefully, it will be to sleep. Nothing more. Not tonight. I know. That's all I'm asking. They walked to her chambers, hers, not his, because Albedo's room was closer and because there was something significant about her allowing him into her space. The room was immaculate. Severe. Everything in precise order except for a single bookshelf where volumes were arranged by personal preference rather than system. Deku noticed. Filed it away. That bookshelf was the most Albedo thing in the room. She changed behind a screen. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off his boots. When she emerged in a simple nightdress, white, modest, nothing like the provocative outfits she sometimes wore for Ainz's benefit, she looked younger. Softer. She climbed into bed. He climbed in beside her. She lay rigid, wings folded flat, staring at the ceiling. Relax, he said. I am relaxed. You're a board with wings. Boards don't have, she exhaled sharply. I don't know how to do this. Share a bed without it being about duty or service or, just close your eyes. She did. After a moment, he reached over and took her hand. She gripped it, hard, almost painfully hard, and gradually, incrementally, her body relaxed. Her breathing slowed. Her wings softened against the mattress. Nobody's done this before, she murmured, half asleep. Just, been here. Without wanting something. I do want something. Her eyes opened. I want you to sleep, he said. That's it. Her eyes closed. And 5 minutes later, Albedo, overseer of the Floor Guardians, terror of Nazarick, the woman who controlled the most powerful military force on the continent, fell asleep holding Deku's hand like it was the only anchor she had. He stayed awake a while longer. Watching her sleep. Memorizing the way her features smoothed out, the way her wings curled slightly inward, the way her grip on his hand never loosened even in unconsciousness. Then he slept too. And for the first time since arriving in this world, he didn't dream of dimensional tears or ancient threats. He dreamed of nothing. And it was perfect. Morning brought chaos. Zeshi's communication crystal blazed to life at dawn, urgent, coded, fragmented. Deku snapped awake, extracted his hand from Albedo's death grip, she made a displeased sound and rolled over, and activated the crystal. Deku. Genesis Facility. Located. Coordinates, static. Interference. Mountains. Northern Range. They're moving the child today. New location. Can't reach, more static. Compromised. They know. Get here. The crystal went dark. Deku was dressed and running before Albedo fully woke. She found the bed empty, his boots gone, and the communication crystal on the nightstand pulsing with residual urgency. She was in the war room 30 seconds later. Emergency protocol, she shouted, and Nazarick responded. Within 10 minutes, every floor guardian was assembled. Deku stood at the tactical map, his expression harder than any of them had ever seen. Gone was the warmth, the easy smile, the patient kindness. What remained was the hero, the third-year UA student who'd fought in a war, who'd watched friends die, who'd learned that sometimes you can't wait for the perfect plan. "Zeshi's been compromised," he said. "The theocracy discovered her intelligence leak. But before they caught her, she transmitted the Genesis facility's location, the Northern Mountains, approximately 300 kilometers northeast of here. They're moving the child today. If we don't intercept, we lose them." "And Zeshi?" Ainz asked from his throne. "Unknown status. The transmission cut out. She could be captured, fighting, or, he didn't finish." 300 kilometers, Demiurge calculated. "At maximum deployment speed, our fastest units could reach the area in 4 hours. By then, I can be there in 20 minutes, Deku said. Every head turned. Full power. No holding back. "I've been measuring my top speed during training sessions. At 100% output, I break the sound barrier. 300 kilometers in 20 minutes is conservative." "Alone?" Albedo's voice was sharp. "Against an unknown number of enemies, in a fortified facility, with no intelligence on layout or defenses." Zeshi sent partial schematics before the connection dropped. He tapped the map, and a fragmentary outline appeared: partial floor plans, guard rotation estimates, magical ward placements. "It's not complete, but it's enough." "It's not enough, Albedo." Deku's voice cut through her protest. "Not harsh, certain. A child is going to be experimented on today. Right now, as we stand here debating, they're preparing to pump dimensional energy into a kid's body to see if it kills them or turns them into a weapon. I am not going to let that happen." The room was silent. "Shalltear," Deku said. "You're the fastest floor guardian in combat deployment. Can you keep up? At full speed? For that distance?" Shalltear considered. "I'll be 10 minutes behind you." "That's fine. You're my backup. When you arrive, secure the perimeter and handle any reinforcements." "Understood." "Cocytus, Albedo, mobilize a full response force and follow at best speed. If this turns into a larger engagement, I'll need you. And if you are overwhelmed before we arrive?" Cocytus asked. Deku's green lightning crackled across his body. The air in the war room compressed. Several of the lesser servants stumbled. The floor guardians felt it, a pressure that had grown dramatically in the weeks since his arrival. Raw power, constrained, focused, ready. "I won't be," he said. Ainz raised a hand. "Go. All of you. Bring the child home." Deku moved. The world blurred. Full cowling at 100%, something he'd never sustained for more than seconds in his old world, and the merged abilities of One for All made it feel natural. Float eliminated ground friction. FA Gene stored kinetic energy during each stride and released it in the next. His enhanced perception processed the landscape at speeds that would have been impossible 3 weeks ago. He crossed forests in seconds. Rivers in blinks. Mountains appeared on the horizon, grew massive, and fell behind him. The air screamed around his body, green lightning carving a visible trail across the sky. 18 minutes. The northern mountains materialized, a harsh, jagged range capped with snow, riddled with caves and old mining operations. Exactly the kind of terrain where a secret facility could hide in plain sight. Deku's danger sense fired before he saw anything. Massive. Concentrated. Coming from inside the largest mountain. He didn't slow down. He adjusted his trajectory, angled himself toward the mountain's face, and punched through the rock. The outer wall of the Genesis facility exploded inward. The facility was larger than Zeshi's partial schematics had suggested. Carved into the mountain's core, it was a complex of laboratories, containment cells, barracks, and ritual chambers. Hundreds of personnel, scientists, guards, scripture operatives, and support staff, were scattered throughout the structure. Deku landed in the main corridor in a shower of rock and dust. Alarms screamed. Emergency lighting bathed everything in red. 2 guards rushed him from the left. He put them both down with open palm strikes, unconscious, not dead, and was moving before they hit the floor. His perception mapped the facility as he ran. Zeshi's schematics provided the skeleton, his enhanced senses filled in the details. Guard positions. Ward placements. Energy signatures. And one signature that didn't match the rest. Small. Frightened. Pulsing with dimensional energy that was being forced into it rather than naturally occurring. The child. 2 floors down. Deku went through the floor. Literally. His fist cratered the stone, and he dropped through the gap into the level below, absorbing the landing with bent knees. More guards. More scripture operatives. These were better, trained, equipped with enchanted weapons, working in coordinated teams. One of them launched a Tier 4 spell that would have vaporized a normal human. Deku sidestepped it, closed the distance, and disarmed the caster with a chop to the wrist. The man's staff clattered away. Deku grabbed him by the collar. "Where's the child?" I don't, where?" The caster pointed with his uninjured hand. "Down the corridor. 3rd door on the right. Sealed with Tier 6 wards." Deku dropped him and ran. The corridor was reinforced, magical and physical defenses layered so thickly that the walls hummed. 3 more guards appeared. He went through them in a second and a half. Not cruel, not excessive, just absolute efficiency of motion and force. The 3rd door on the right was sealed with exactly the wards Zeshi had described. Tier 6 barriers designed to contain dimensional energy. Strong enough to resist anything short of a direct assault from a high-level being. Deku hit it with everything he had. The door didn't just break. It disintegrated. The wards shattered in cascading failure, magical energy dissipating in sparks that scorched the walls. Behind the door was a chamber, sterile, clinical, filled with equipment that pulsed with the same sickly green of destabilized dimensional energy. And in the center, strapped to a table, was a girl. 8 years old. Maybe 9. Dark hair, pale skin, eyes squeezed shut against the bright lights above her. Tubes ran from her arms to machines that hummed with forced energy. Her small body trembled with each pulse of the equipment. Deku crossed the room in 2 steps and started ripping out the tubes. The machines shrieked in protest. Warning indicators flashed. The energy flow disrupted, and the girl gasped, her eyes flying open. Green eyes. The same shade as his. "Hey," Deku said softly, his hands moving quickly but gently, disconnecting her from the apparatus. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here. I'm going to get you out." "It hurts," she whispered. I know it does. Hold on." He got the last tube out, unstrapped the restraints, and lifted her off the table. She weighed almost nothing, malnourished, weakened by weeks of experimentation. Her small hands gripped his shirt with desperate strength. "Who are you?" she asked. "My name is Deku. I'm a hero." She pressed her face against his chest and cried. The facility's response force arrived 60 seconds later. 12 scripture operatives, fully armed and armored, blocking the corridor outside the chamber. Behind them, Deku's enhanced perception detected more converging from every direction. He held the girl against his chest with one arm. The other hand sparked with green lightning. "Move," he said. The lead operative sneered. "You're surrounded." "Surrender the vessel," and Deku's free hand came forward in a pushing motion. The air compressed. A shockwave, not a punch, just the displaced air from the speed of his motion, hit the formation and blew all 12 operatives backward through the corridor. They crashed through walls, ceilings, support structures. Non-lethal. Barely. He walked through the debris. More resistance came. More fell. Deku moved through the Genesis facility like a force of nature, unstoppable, precise, devastating without being deadly. He broke every piece of experimental equipment he passed. Shattered every containment cell. Destroyed every data storage device, every research terminal, every sample of harvested dimensional energy. 3 floors. 4 minutes. The facility was gutted. He emerged from the mountain's face into cold air and weak sunlight, the girl still clutched against his chest. She'd stopped crying and was watching the landscape with wide, overwhelmed eyes. "It's big," she said. "Yeah. The world's pretty big. Am I allowed to see it?" The question hit him harder than any punch ever had. "You're allowed to see everything," he said. "Nobody's keeping you in a box ever again." He felt Shalltear before he saw her, a blur of motion from the south, arriving at combat speed. She materialized beside him in her Valkyrie form, lance ready, eyes scanning for threats. "Status?" she demanded. "Facility destroyed. Child recovered. Unknown number of hostiles still inside, but the structure's compromised, it'll collapse within the hour." Shalltear looked at the girl in his arms. Something in her expression shifted. The combat readiness didn't vanish, but beneath it, something softer surfaced. "Hello, little one," Shalltear said. "Are you hurt?" The girl looked at the armored vampire with wide eyes. "You're pretty." Shalltear blinked. Then her cheeks flushed, which, for a vampire, was essentially impossible, and she turned away. Well. Obviously. But we need to establish a perimeter." Deku smiled. "There's something else. Zeshi. She was compromised. If the theocracy knows she's been leaking intelligence, they'll execute her," Shalltear said. "Or worse. I need to find her. You just punched through a mountain, destroyed a military facility, and are carrying a traumatized child. You're not in any condition to, Shalltear." She looked at him. Saw the determination. The absolute refusal to leave someone behind. "Take the girl," he said. "Keep her safe. Albedo and Isekai'd will be here within the hour." "And where are you going?" "To keep a promise." He handed the girl to Shalltear. The child whimpered at the transfer, reaching back toward Deku with small hands. "I'll be back," he told her. "I promise. And I don't break promises." He looked at Shalltear. Their eyes met. Everything that needed to be said passed between them without words: trust, fear, love, the silent understanding of two people who'd found each other in the most impossible circumstances. Then Deku turned and launched himself skyward, green lightning splitting the clouds as he accelerated toward the theocracy's capital. The slain theocracy's seat of power was a city called Kami Miyako, a massive, ancient metropolis built around the temples of the 6 great gods. Deku had never seen it, but Zeshi's intelligence had provided enough detail for him to navigate. He arrived in 12 minutes. Faster than before, the urgency fueled his output, pushing one for all beyond anything he'd previously achieved. The city sprawled below him, white stone buildings and golden spires arranged in concentric rings around a central cathedral. And in the center of that cathedral, danger sense went absolutely nuclear. Not one threat. Dozens. Concentrated power sources that rivaled floor guardians, clustered around a single point. And that single point, faint, flickering, weakening, had an energy signature he recognized. Zeshi. Deku descended. He didn't crash through the cathedral. Instead, he landed on the steps, hard enough to crack them, gentle enough to signal intent rather than attack. The massive doors were flanked by guards who took one look at the green lightning-wreathed figure and wisely chose not to engage. "I'm here for Zeshi Zetsumii," Deku said. "Open the doors or I open them myself." The guards exchanged looks. One of them spoke into a crystal. A moment later, the doors swung inward. The cathedral's interior was vast and ornate, vaulted ceilings, stained glass depicting the 6 great gods, rows of pillars carved with scripture. At the far end, on a raised platform, 6 elderly figures sat in high-backed chairs arranged in a semicircle. The cardinals of the slain theocracy. And on the floor before them, chained and bleeding, was Zeshi Zetsumii. Her armor was gone. Her scythe, confiscated. Her wrists and ankles were bound with enchanted shackles that pulsed with suppressive magic, dampening her power. Her heterochromatic eyes were bruised, one swollen shut, and blood ran from a cut on her temple. But she was alive. And when she saw Deku walk through those doors, she laughed. It was broken, ragged, painful, but it was a laugh. Real and defiant. "Told you," she said to the cardinals. "Told you he'd come." The lead cardinal, a man who looked ancient enough to have been carved from the same stone as the cathedral, rose from his chair. "Izuku Midoriya. The dimensional anomaly. You dare enter the sanctum of the gods?" "I dare a lot of things. I'm here for her. Zeshi Zetsumii is a traitor to the theocracy. She has been sentenced to, I don't care about your sentences. She helped me save a child your people were torturing. If that makes her a traitor, then your nation has a broken definition of loyalty." Murmuring from the cardinals. Several exchanged uneasy glances. The lead cardinal's expression hardened. The Genesis program was necessary. The threats facing humanity, you were pumping dimensional energy into a 9-year-old girl until she screamed. "Don't talk to me about necessity." Silence. "Release her," Deku said. "Now. And if we don't?" This from a younger cardinal, tall, sharp-featured, with the confident bearing of someone used to wielding absolute authority. "You're powerful, anomaly. We've seen the reports. But you are one being, and this cathedral holds the concentrated might of the Black Scripture, the Windflower Scripture, and every defensive measure the theocracy has accumulated over 600 years. Then let me make this simple." Deku took a step forward. The cathedral floor cracked beneath his foot. "I destroyed your Genesis facility in 4 minutes. Alone. Without taking a single life. If you force me to fight my way through this cathedral, I will extend you the same courtesy, nobody dies. But your scriptures will need new members, your defenses will need rebuilding, and your cardinals will need a very good healer. You wouldn't, I just punched through a mountain. Test me." The young cardinal looked to the elder. The elder looked at Zeshi. Zeshi looked at Deku. "He means it," she said. "Every word. He's the most sincere person I've ever met, and that should terrify you more than his power." The cardinals deliberated. It took 4 minutes, Deku counted, during which he stood motionless in the cathedral's center aisle, green lightning flickering across his skin, his presence filling the vast space with undeniable pressure. "Release her," the lead cardinal said. The younger one protested. "Your Eminence, release her. This is not a battle we can win today. The anomaly is beyond our current capabilities, and pressing the issue will only accelerate our losses." The shackles opened. Zeshi collapsed forward, and Deku was there, catching her, supporting her weight, his arm around her waist. She leaned into him, too weakened to stand alone but too proud to be carried. "You came," she said quietly. "I promised. You barely know me. I know enough." He turned toward the doors. The cardinals watched them go. At the threshold, the lead cardinal spoke one final time. "This is not over, anomaly. The threats facing this world have not diminished because of your heroics. The Dragon Lords still hunt you. The dimensional tear still bleeds. And the day will come when your power is not enough. Deku paused. He didn't turn around. Then I'll get stronger, he said. It's what I do. They walked out into sunlight. The cathedral guards parted before them. The city watched, citizens peering from windows and doorways, seeing their greatest weapon leave with a stranger and not understanding what it meant. Zeshi's legs gave out 2 blocks from the cathedral. Deku scooped her up without asking permission. She didn't protest. Her head fell against his shoulder, and she closed her mismatched eyes. If you tell anyone I let you carry me, why does everyone keep threatening me with that? Because we have reputations. He laughed. She smiled against his neck. Where are we going? She asked. Home. I don't have one of those. You do now. He launched into the sky. Zeshi gasped, not from fear, but from the sudden vertigo of acceleration. The theocracy's capital shrank below them, then behind them. Ahead, the world spread out, forests and mountains and rivers and the distant, impossible shape of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. They arrived to an audience. Every floor guardian. Ainz. The Pleiades. Half of Nazarick's command structure, assembled on the surface near the tomb's entrance because the news had traveled faster than Deku could fly. He landed with Zeshi in his arms. Shalltear was there, the rescued girl asleep against her shoulder. Albedo stood at the front, wings spread, expression carved from ice that was slowly, reluctantly, melting. You invaded a sovereign nation's capital, threatened their ruling body, and extracted a prisoner without authorization, Albedo said. Yes. Without backup. Yes. Without a plan. I had a plan. Walk in, get Zeshi, walk out. That's not a plan, it worked. Albedo's eye twitched. She looked at Zeshi, battered, exhausted, draped in Deku's arms with a vulnerability that the theocracy's extra seat had never shown to anyone. Welcome to Nazarick, Albedo said through gritted teeth. I assume you'll be staying. If you'll have me, Zeshi managed. We'll discuss terms. After you've been healed. Albedo turned to the Pleiades. Yuri, medical attention for our guest. And the child. Both to the 9th floor recovery wing. At once. Deku set Zeshi down carefully. A Pleiades maid steadied her. Another took the sleeping child from Shalltear's arms. As they were led inside, Zeshi looked back at Deku over her shoulder. Thank you, she said. Simple. No sarcasm, no edge, no mask. Anytime. She disappeared into the tomb. Deku stood on the surface, surrounded by the most powerful beings in the new world, and let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for hours. So, Ainz said. That went well. Define well. You achieved all objectives without casualties, acquired a powerful new ally, destroyed an enemy weapons program, and only caused one international incident. By Nazarick standards, that's an overwhelming success. By MY standards, a child was tortured for weeks and I didn't get there sooner. Ainz was quiet for a moment. You can't save everyone, Deku. Not even with your power. I know. Doesn't mean I stopped trying. They stood together, skeleton and hero, 2 outsiders in a world that wasn't theirs, watching the sun climb over a landscape that was becoming, against all odds, familiar. 17 days until the Dragon Council deadline, Ainz said. I know. Are you ready? Not yet. But I will be. The next 2 weeks blurred into a rhythm of preparation, recovery, and deepening connections that Deku hadn't anticipated. The rescued girl's name was Lena. She was 9. She'd been taken from a border village 2 months ago, selected by the theocracy's bloodline specialists for her latent magical potential and the trace dimensional energy that naturally occurred in some humans born near ley line intersections. She didn't talk much at first. She clung to Deku whenever he was near and tolerated Shalltear, who had developed an unexpected and fiercely protective attachment to the child, but she was afraid of everyone else. Until she met Mare. Something about the shy dark elf resonated with the shy human girl. Deku found them in the 6th floor gardens one afternoon, Mare showing Lena how the magical plants responded to gentle musical tones. The girl was humming along, her small hands cupped around a flower that pulsed with blue light in time with her voice. She has genuine magical aptitude, Mare told Deku later, his voice hushed with excitement. Not the forced kind from the Genesis experiments, natural talent. With proper training, she could be remarkable. No training yet. Let her be a kid first. Of course. I would never, I just meant, I know what you meant, Mare. Deku put his hand on Mare's head, ruffling his hair. The dark elf went crimson but didn't pull away. Deku-san. Yeah. I'd like to be the one to train her. When she's ready. If that's okay. I think she'd love that. Mare smiled. The kind of smile that transformed his entire face, shy uncertainty replaced by warm purpose. Deku's chest ached again. This kid, ancient being, whatever, had so much to give, and nobody had ever bothered to ask for it. He cupped Mare's face in both hands. The dark elf's eyes went wide. You're going to be an amazing teacher, Mare. You, Deku-san, and you need to stop doubting yourself. Seriously. You're one of the most powerful and brilliant people in Nazarick, and the fact that you use that power to grow gardens and study ecosystems instead of destroying things is exactly what makes you special. Mare's composure broke. His eyes filled. He surged forward and hugged Deku with a strength that belied his slender frame, arms around his chest, face pressed against his shoulder, trembling. Thank you, Mare whispered. Thank you for seeing me. Deku held him. Strong. Steady. Present. In the tree lean, Aura watched. She'd been stalking, monitoring, Deku's interactions with her brother all week, torn between protective instinct and the confusing realization that Deku treated Mare better than she did. Not with more love, Aura loved her brother fiercely, but with more patience. More attention to the things Mare needed. She turned away. Walked 3 steps. Stopped. Turned back. Walked to the clearing. Mare saw her first and stiffened. Deku felt the change and looked up. Room for one more? Aura asked. Her voice was carefully casual. Her eyes were not. Always, Deku said. Aura joined the hug. Awkwardly. Stiffly. With the energy of someone who'd rather fight a dragon than admit she needed physical affection. But she stayed. And gradually, imperceptibly, her arms tightened. Her forehead found Deku's other shoulder. Her breath shuddered once. Don't you dare tell Shalltear about this, she said. Wouldn't dream of it. Or Albedo. Sealed lips. Or anyone. Aura. What? Shut up and enjoy the hug. She shut up. The 3 of them stood in the garden while magical flowers pulsed around them and a 9-year-old girl hummed to the plants nearby, and for one perfect minute, nothing in the world was wrong. Meanwhile, on the political front, the Dragon Council's deadline loomed. Deku spent hours with Ainz and Demiurge planning the approach. The Dragon Lords were ancient, powerful, and paranoid. Centuries of player invasions had taught them to treat any dimensional anomaly as an existential threat. Simply walking in and saying, "I'm not your enemy," wouldn't work. You need leverage, Demiurge insisted. The Dragon Lords respect 3 things: power, knowledge, and mutual benefit. You must offer at least 2 of the 3. Power they've already sensed. Knowledge, I have information about the dimensional tear that they can't get anywhere else. What's the mutual benefit? The tear itself, Ainz said. You told me it's stabilizing because your energy is integrating with this world's magic. If you're killed or removed, the tear destabilizes. The Dragon Lords don't want dimensional chaos any more than we do. You're not just a threat to be eliminated, you're the key to containment. So my pitch is, don't kill me or reality breaks. Elegantly summarized. That's not a pitch. That's a hostage situation. Welcome to diplomacy, Demiurge said with a thin smile. Before the Dragon Council trip, there was one more thing Deku needed to handle. Zeshi had recovered physically within days, her half-elf constitution and divine bloodline made her resilient, but the emotional damage ran deeper. She'd spent her entire life as the theocracy's weapon. Their property. A tool bred for combat and kept on a shelf between uses. Freedom was disorienting. Deku found her on the surface, sitting on a rocky outcropping overlooking the plains. Her scythe, recovered from the theocracy during the extraction, lay across her knees. She was staring at the horizon with the blank expression of someone who'd never been allowed to simply look. He sat beside her without speaking. They watched the sun descend together. I don't know what to do, Zeshi said eventually. My entire life has been, wait for orders, execute orders, return to containment. I don't have a hobby. I don't have friends. I've never chosen what to eat for dinner. What sounds good? What? For dinner. What sounds good? Zeshi stared at him. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Then let's try things until you find something you like. That's your solution? To a lifetime of indentured servitude? Try different foods. It's a start. Freedom isn't a big dramatic thing, Zeshi. It's a million small choices that nobody makes for you. What to eat. What to wear. Where to go. Who to spend time with. He paused. What to feel. She looked down at her scythe. Her reflection stared back, heterochromatic eyes, elven ears, the face of a weapon trying to become a person. I feel things around you, she said. Things I don't have names for. Is that normal? Yeah. Pretty normal. It's terrifying. Also normal. How do you do that? Make everything sound simple. Years of practice. And a really good teacher. He thought of All Might. For the first time in weeks, the memory didn't hurt. It warmed him. Zeshi set her scythe aside. The gesture was deliberate, putting down her weapon, her identity, her purpose. Just a woman sitting on a rock next to a man who'd blown through a cathedral to save her. Deku. Yeah. I'm going to kiss you. Is that okay? That's definitely okay. She kissed him. Different from the others, Shalltear's desperate passion, Albedo's desperate vulnerability, Aura's desperate inexperience. Zeshi's kiss was slow. Exploratory. The kiss of someone experiencing something for the first time and wanting to memorize every part of it. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright. Steak, she said. What? For dinner. I want to try steak. Deku laughed so hard he nearly fell off the rock. 9 days before the Dragon Council deadline, something changed. The dimensional anomaly, stable since Deku and Zeshi had contained it weeks ago, pulsed. Hard. Hard enough for Deku to feel it from inside Nazarick, 300 kilometers away. He was on his feet instantly. Something's wrong. Albedo materialized beside him, she'd taken to staying within earshot, claiming it was for operational readiness, reasons that fooled nobody. The anomaly? It's being pushed. From the other side. They mobilized. Full war footing. Every floor guardian, every available combat unit. Deku, Shalltear, Albedo, Cocytus, Aura and Mare, Demiurge, and Zeshi deployed to the anomaly site within the hour. What they found was worse than expected. The anomaly had grown. Not destabilized, it was still structurally contained, but something was pressing against it from the other side. The air around the site shimmered with dimensional energy, and the dead trees had spread. The lifeless zone now extended a full kilometer in every direction. Something's trying to come through, Deku said, his enhanced senses reading the energy patterns. Not randomly, deliberately. Controlled. Whatever's on the other side knows exactly what it's doing. Can you identify it? Demiurge asked. Deku pressed his hand against the anomaly's edge. Green lightning flared where his energy contacted the dimensional barrier. And he felt it. Intelligence. Ancient. Patient. And hungry. Not a force of nature. A mind. There's someone on the other side, Deku said. Not something. Someone. And they've been waiting for this. Before anyone could respond, the anomaly flexed. A crack appeared, not physical, dimensional, and through it, a voice. Finally. I was beginning to think this world had forgotten how to grow cracks. The voice was smooth, cultured, amused. It carried the confidence of absolute power wielded with total awareness. Who are you? Deku demanded. Ah. You're the one who fell through. The catalyst. I should thank you, your crossing created the resonance pattern I needed to begin my return. A pause. I am Ethan. I have been waiting between worlds for a very long time. And I am coming home. Like hell you are. Such conviction. Let me show you something. The crack widened. Through it, Deku saw, not with his eyes but with his dimensional awareness, a figure. Humanoid. Wreathed in golden light. Surrounded by an army of beings that existed between realities, neither alive nor dead, neither physical nor ethereal. And powerful. Devastatingly powerful. On a level that made floor guardians feel small. I was a player once, Ethan continued. One of the 8 greed kings. When my companions fell, I chose a different path. I stepped between worlds rather than die in this one. I've spent centuries absorbing the energy of dimensional spaces, growing, evolving. And now, thanks to you, I have a doorway. The 8 greed kings. Demiurge's voice was tight. Players who conquered the New World centuries ago. They wielded power that rivaled the Dragon Lords. Rivaled? Ethan laughed. We crushed them. Scattered their pathetic counsel. Claimed their treasures. We were gods. The voice hardened. And then we killed each other, because that's what gods do. But I survived. In stasis. In the spaces between. Growing. You're not coming through, Deku said. And who will stop me? You. A child with borrowed power and borrowed courage. I've watched you through the tear, little hero. You're impressive, for an insect. But you haven't faced anything like me. The crack pulsed. Wider. Energy leaked through, corrosive, wrong, tainted by centuries of dimensional stasis. 9 days, Ethan said. In 9 days, the barrier will be thin enough for me to cross. My army will follow. And this world, my world, will kneel. The crack sealed. The anomaly stabilized. But the damage was done. Every person present stood in silence, processing what they'd just heard. Well, Ainz said, his voice transmitted through a communication mirror that Demiurge held, that complicates the Dragon Council meeting. It simplifies it, Deku said. Everyone looked at him. The Dragon Lords want to eliminate me because they think I'm a dimensional threat. I just found them a real dimensional threat, an 8 greed king who wants to invade with an interdimensional army. If that doesn't convince them to ally with us instead of fighting us, nothing will. You want to use the apocalypse as a negotiating chip, Demiurge said. I want to use the truth as common ground. The Dragon Lords have been fighting players for centuries. Here's a player who's been growing in power for that entire time, and he's coming back. They can fight us in him, or they can fight him with us. Demiurge's glasses caught the light. His tail swished. And then he smiled, not the calculated smile, not the predatory smile, but a genuine, appreciative smile. "That," Demiurge said, "is actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised." "I'm not surprised. I'm impressed. There's a difference." They moved fast. 7 days until Ethan's estimated arrival. The Dragon Council meeting, originally scheduled for the deadline, was pushed up to tomorrow. Ainz sent a priority communication through diplomatic channels, requesting an emergency audience. The Dragon Lords, apparently sensing the same dimensional disturbance, agreed. The night before the meeting, Deku stood on Nazarick's surface. Stars overhead, real ones this time, not the simulated ones on the 6th floor. The air was cold and clear. Footsteps behind him. Multiple sets. He didn't turn around. Albedo arrived first, standing at his left. Shalltear at his right. Aura and Mare behind him, the twins flanking each other as always. And Zeshi, hanging back slightly, still learning her place in this constellation. "You're going to fight a god," Albedo said. "Not a question. I'm going to fight a man who thinks he's a god. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Yeah. Gods don't lose." Shalltear snorted. "Confidence or delusion? Ask me in a week." "I'm coming with you," Shalltear said. "To the Dragon Council and to the fight after. Non-negotiable." "So am I," Albedo said. "And us," Aura said. Mare nodded firmly beside her. "I've been waiting my whole life for a fight worth having," Zeshi said. "This qualifies." Deku turned. 5 faces. 5 sets of eyes, golden, crimson, amber, blue-green, heterochromatic, all fixed on him with absolute conviction. "You know this could kill us," he said. "An 8-greed king with centuries of accumulated power and an interdimensional army. This isn't a bandit camp or a theocracy facility. This is a world-ending threat." "Then the world is lucky it has you," Albedo said. "It has us," Shalltear corrected. Deku looked at each of them. These impossible women. A succubus who'd learned to want things for herself. A vampire who'd discovered she was more than her scripts. A dark elf who'd found her courage through anger and honesty. A dark elf who'd found his voice through patience and acknowledgement. A half-elf who'd chosen freedom for the first time in her life. He'd come to this world alone, confused, and lost. He wasn't any of those things anymore. "Then let's go save a world," he said. The Dragon Council met on a plateau in the mountains, a natural amphitheater carved by ancient magic, surrounded by wards so old they'd become part of the landscape. 5 true Dragon Lords attended, each one a being of such immense power that the air itself bent around them. The Platinum Dragon Lord, Saint-Dorcas Vasian, was the largest. Silver-white scales, eyes like molten gold, a body that could flatten a castle by rolling over. He regarded Deku's delegation with the patient contempt of a being who'd watched civilizations rise and fall. "You bring the anomaly before us," Saint-Dorcas said. "As well as servants of the Sorcerer King and a traitor of the theocracy. This council expected surrender, not an entourage." "This council expected a lot of things," Deku said. "Most of them wrong. I'm not here to surrender. I'm here to warn you. Warn us." Another Dragon Lord, smaller, darker, with scales that shifted colors. "You dare, Ethan," Deku said. The name hit the council like a physical blow. Every Dragon Lord went rigid. Saint-Dorcas's golden eyes narrowed to slits. "Speak that name again," the Platinum Dragon Lord said quietly. "Ethan. One of the 8 Greed Kings. He survived. He's been hiding in dimensional stasis for centuries, growing stronger. And he's using the tear my arrival created to come back." 7 days. Silence. The mountain wind howled through the amphitheater. "Impossible," said a Dragon Lord whose scales were midnight blue. "The Greed Kings destroyed each other. We confirmed, you confirm they killed each other's physical bodies. Ethan found another way. He stepped between dimensions at the moment of death and has been feeding on dimensional energy ever since. He's bringing an army. And he's specifically targeting this world because the tear gave him a way back. Saint Dorcas studied Deku for a long time. Dragon lords could perceive things beyond mortal senses, dimensional frequencies, temporal resonances, the deep magic that predated everything. He speaks truth, Saint Dorcas said. I can feel it, the dimensional pressure has been building for weeks. I attributed it to the anomaly itself, but the pattern is wrong. Something is pushing from outside. Then we destroy the anomaly, the Dark Dragon Lord said. Seal the tear. Kill the bridge. You can't, Deku said. The tear is linked to my energy signature. Destroying it without destabilizing the entire dimensional barrier requires me alive and cooperating. Kill me and the tear rips open instantly. Ethan walks through today instead of in 7 days. Convenient, another Dragon Lord growled. Not convenient. Terrifying. I'm the only thing keeping that tear stable, and in 7 days, even I won't be enough. Ethan's pressure will overwhelm the barrier whether I'm alive or dead. The question isn't whether he comes through, it's whether we're ready when he does. We, Saint Dorcas repeated. You propose alliance. I propose survival. You've spent centuries fighting players. Here's a player who's had centuries to prepare for round 2. You can waste time fighting us, Nazarick, me, the Sorcerer Kingdom, or you can accept that we have a common enemy and act accordingly. The Dragon Lords conferred. Not through words, through a subsonic vibration that Deku felt in his bones rather than heard with his ears. Their debate lasted 30 seconds. What do you need? Saint Dorcas asked. Wild magic. Your kind uses it naturally. The tear is a dimensional structure, it responds to wild magic in ways that tear magic can't replicate. If your Dragon Lords provide the containment framework, I can use my energy to reinforce the barrier and force Ethan to come through on our terms, limited forces, no army, just him. And then we kill him. He has centuries of accumulated power. And I have the combined strength of every wielder of One for All, backed by the greatest military force in the New World and 5 of the most powerful warriors this world has ever seen. Deku paused. And 5 very motivated Dragon Lords who've been waiting centuries for payback against the Greed Kings. Saint Dorcas's jaw opened. It took Deku a moment to realize the dragon was smiling. I like this one, the Platinum Dragon Lord said. He has fire. Is that a yes? Deku asked. It is a provisional agreement. Contingent on results. If Ethan appears as you describe, we fight together. If this is a deception. The dragon's eyes blazed. There will be no second chance. Understood. They shook on it. Or rather, Deku placed his hand on Saint Dorcas's massive claw, and green lightning met ancient wild magic in a flash that lit up the mountain plateau like a second sun. 7 days became 6. 6 became 5. 5 became 3. Nazarick went to war footing. Every level, every guardian, every servant mobilized for the coming battle. Ainz directed from the throne room, his strategic mind, limited as it was, supplemented by Demiurge's genius and Albedo's organizational mastery. The plan was complex but clear. Dragon Lords would maintain a wild magic barrier around the anomaly, forcing Ethan to come through alone or with minimal forces. Deku would engage Ethan directly. The floor guardians would handle any interdimensional creatures that slipped through. And the full might of Nazarick's army would serve as the outer perimeter, ensuring nothing escaped the containment zone. 3 days became 2. 2 became 1. The night before, Deku didn't sleep. He stood in the 6th floor gardens, surrounded by the impossible beauty of a world that shouldn't exist, and thought about the people he was fighting for. Lena, sleeping safely in the quarters Mare had prepared for her, clutching a stuffed bear that Shalltear had secretly purchased from a merchant caravan. Mare, who'd spent the day triple-checking his ecological readings to make sure the battle wouldn't permanently damage the regional biome. Because that's who Mare was, someone who worried about flowers even when the world was ending. Aura, who'd spent the day pushing her beasts through drills with a ferocity that said everything her words wouldn't. Cocytus, who'd spent the day in silent meditation, preparing his warrior's spirit for the greatest battle of his existence. Demiurge, who'd spent the day running probability calculations and, for the first time, coming up with numbers he didn't like. Ainz, who'd spent the day pretending to be confident for the sake of his subordinates while privately terrified. Albedo, Shalltear, Zeshi, each preparing in their own way, each carrying the weight of what might come. Footsteps. He turned. All 5 of them. Together. Standing at the garden's edge like they'd coordinated this, which, knowing Albedo, they probably had. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Albedo stepped forward. We discussed this. The 5 of us. We have something to say. Okay. If this is our last night, she said, her voice steady despite the faint tremor in her wings, we want to spend it with you. All of us. Together. Not as floor guardians or warriors or strategic assets. As the people you made us realize we could be. Deku looked at them. 5 faces. 5 sets of eyes. 5 hearts that had learned, through him, that they were allowed to want things for themselves. It won't be our last night, he said. But if it is, Shalltear said. It won't, but if it is, Aura repeated. Deku closed his mouth. He looked at Mare, who was blushing furiously but holding his ground. At Zeshi, who stood with her shoulders back and her chin raised and her eyes, one black, one white, shining with unshed tears. Then there's no one I'd rather spend it with, he said. They didn't go back to separate quarters that night. They stayed in the gardens, a space that was Mare's domain, that felt like neutral ground, that smelled of flowers and growth and life. They talked. They laughed. They shared stories, Deku about his world, his friends, the teachers who'd shaped him. The others about their existences, their creators, the moments that had defined them before and after they became real. And somewhere between the stories and the laughter and the quiet tears, between the shared warmth and the gentle touches and the understanding that tomorrow they might lose everything, somewhere in there, the 5 women and the 1 man who'd brought them all together stopped being separate people navigating separate orbits. They became something new. Something that didn't have a name because it had never existed before. A family. Built not from blood or programming or obligation, but from choice. Dawn came too fast. Deku stood at the anomaly site. The dimensional tear pulsed, angry, straining, pushed to its limits by the force on the other side. Around it, 5 true dragon lords maintained a wild magic barrier that glowed with ancient power. Behind him, the full military might of Nazarick spread across the landscape, death knights, skeletal warriors, demons, undead legions, all directed by Ainz from a command position on the nearest hilltop. To his left, Albedo, in full battle armor, wings spread, bardiche in hand. To his right, Shalltear, Valkyrie form, lance gleaming, eyes blazing. Behind him, Cocytus, 4 arms gripping 4 weapons. Aura on Fan's back, her beast army spread through the surrounding forest. Mare, staff raised, defensive spells already layered around their position. Zeshi, scythe in hand, grinning with the fierce joy of someone finally choosing their own fight. Demiurge coordinated from beside Ainz, his tactical mind tracking every variable, adjusting positions in real time. The anomaly screamed. The barrier cracked. And Ethon came through. He was beautiful. Terrible and beautiful. A humanoid figure wreathed in golden light, features that might have been handsome once but had been distorted by centuries of dimensional energy, skin that shifted between solid and translucent, eyes that burned with the light of collapsed realities, a body that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensional layers. Behind him, pressing against the Dragon Lord's barrier, his army. Thousands of interdimensional beings, writhing and howling, trying to force their way through the weakening seal. The barrier held. Barely. This world, Ae'thon said, his voice resonating across multiple frequencies. I built this world. I and my companions shaped it, conquered it, made it ours. And then we destroyed each other because that's what power does, it consumes. He looked at Deku. But you're different, aren't you? Your power grows through connection rather than consumption. Through love rather than conquest. A smile that didn't reach his burning eyes. How quaint. Are you done? Deku asked. I've waited centuries. I can spare a moment for philosophy. Good. Because I want you to understand something before we start. Deku's green lightning ignited. Full power. 100%. The ground beneath him cratered. The air compressed. Every being in a kilometer radius felt the pressure of one for all unlimited at maximum output. This world isn't yours, Deku said. It belongs to the people living in it. The humans, the demi-humans, the heteromorphs, the NPCs who became real people, the dragons who've guarded it for centuries, the children who deserve to grow up without gods fighting over their future. You don't get to claim it. You don't get to reset it. And you absolutely do not get to hurt anyone else to feed your ego. Ae'thon's smile vanished. You think you can stop me? I've absorbed the energy of 1,000 dimensional crossings. I've grown beyond anything this world has ever. Deku hit him. No wind-up. No announcement. One instant he was standing 20 meters away, the next, his fist was buried in Ae'thon's face. The impact generated a shockwave that flattened every tree in a 300-meter radius and sent the Dragon Lord's barrier rippling. Ae'thon flew backward. Through the air, through a hillside, through the bedrock beneath it. He came to rest a full kilometer away, embedded in a crater of his own making. For 2 seconds, nothing happened. Then golden light erupted from the crater, and Ae'thon rose. His face was damaged, the dimensional energy that composed his body flickering and reforming around the point of impact. He touched the wound. Looked at the golden energy on his fingers. Interesting, he said. That actually hurt. Round 2. Deku asked. Ae'thon attacked. The battle that followed would be spoken of for centuries. Bards would compose songs. Historians would write treatises. Children would play at being the Green Lightning and his allies. But in the moment, it was chaos. Ae'thon was everything Deku had feared and more. Centuries of dimensional energy had made him something beyond any classification. His attacks warped reality itself, bending space, compressing time, creating localized dimensional tiers that sucked in matter and energy. His physical abilities exceeded anything Deku had fought, and his magical repertoire was limitless. Deku fought him anyway. One for all unlimited against dimensional omnipotence. Green lightning against golden light. Every technique Deku had learned, every ability his predecessors had passed down, every adaptation he'd made since arriving in this world, he threw everything at Ae'thon with the desperate fury of someone fighting for a world he'd learned to love. They traded blows that shattered mountains. Ae'thon opened a dimensional pocket that tried to swallow Deku whole. Deku blasted through it with raw force, the merged energy of one for all resonating at a frequency that disrupted dimensional structures. Ae'thon responded with a time dilation field that slowed everything within 50 meters to a crawl. Deku punched through it, his power evolving in real time to counter each new threat. Around them, the secondary battle raged. Interdimensional creatures pushed through the weakening barrier in waves, twisted, wrong things that existed between realities. The floor guardians met them head-on. Cocytus carved through them with 4 weapons moving in impossible coordination, each strike precise, each movement efficient. His warriors' discipline held even as the creatures adapted, mutated, threw new horrors at him. Albedo fought beside Shalltear, their rivalry forgotten in the heat of battle, replaced by the seamless coordination of 2 warriors who trained together for centuries. Albedo's bardiche and Shalltear's lance created overlapping zones of death that nothing could penetrate. Aura's beast army tore into the flanks, Fun and Quadrisil leading the charge. She directed from Fun's back, her tactical mind processing the battlefield with the same speed Deku processed individual combat. Mare stood at the center of the defensive line, his staff blazing with concentrated magical energy. Defensive barriers, healing fields, terrain manipulation, he turned the landscape itself into a weapon, opening chasms beneath enemy formations and raising walls of stone to funnel them into kill zones. Zeshi fought wherever the line was thinnest. Her scythe, ancient, divine, empowered by wild magic, carved through interdimensional creatures that resisted conventional attacks. She moved with the savage grace of someone finally fighting for something she'd chosen, and every swing carried the weight of a lifetime of chains broken. And the Dragon Lords maintained the barrier. 5 ancient beings pouring their wild magic into the containment field, keeping the bulk of Ethan's army from crossing. It was working, barely, but the strain was visible. Cracks appeared and were sealed. Breaches opened and were contained. The dragons were fighting a war of attrition against an army that didn't tire. Deku felt it all. His enhanced perception tracked every battle simultaneously, the macro and the micro, the individual fights and the overall flow. And he saw what Ethan was doing. The Greed King wasn't just fighting Deku. He was probing the barrier. Each exchange drove them closer to the anomaly. Each dimensional attack sent ripples that resonated with the tear, weakening the Dragon Lord's containment. He was trying to crack the barrier from inside. Not happening. Deku roared. He surged forward. 100%. Beyond 100%. He pushed one for all past every limit he'd ever set, every safety margin he'd ever maintained. The green lightning turned white at the edges, pure energy, raw power, the accumulated legacy of every holder burning through him at once. His fist connected with Ethan's chest. The Greed King's dimensional armor shattered. Golden energy sprayed outward. For the first time, Ethan staggered. How? Ethan gasped. Your power, it's growing. In real time. That's, one for all doesn't just stockpile power, Deku said, pressing the attack. It stockpiles will. Every person who held this power before me, every battle they fought, every sacrifice they made, it's all in here. And right now, every single one of them is screaming at me to put you down. He hit Ethan again. And again. Each blow harder than the last. Each strike finding new openings as Ethan's defenses crumbled under the onslaught. The Greed King retreated, actually retreated, abandoning his assault on the barrier to defend himself. Deku pursued, relentless, refusing to give him space or time to recover. But Ethan was still powerful. Impossibly so. And cornered, he did something Deku didn't expect. He detonated. A dimensional implosion, Ethan collapsed his own body into a singularity, then released it. The explosion of dimensional energy washed over everything within 2 kilometers. The Dragon Lord's barrier cracked. The ground dissolved. The air itself tore. Deku threw up every defense he had, hands crossed, full power flowing into a barrier of pure one for all energy, and took the blast head-on. It nearly killed him. He came out of the explosion burned, bleeding, his clothes destroyed, his body running on nothing but willpower and the stubborn refusal to fall that had defined him since the day he'd been told he'd never be a hero. Ethan reformed from the blast. Smaller now. Diminished. The detonation had cost him too, a significant portion of his accumulated energy spent in a single desperate attack. They faced each other across a landscape that no longer resembled anything natural. Craters within craters. Dimensional static sparking in the air. The anomaly behind them, pulsing, straining, barely contained. You're dying, Ethan said. I can see it. Your body is breaking down from the power output. Maybe. Surrender. Let me through. I'll spare this world. I'll spare your allies. You have my word. The word of a man who spent centuries planning an invasion. Pass. Then we both die here. Maybe, Deku said again. But I've got something you don't. And what's that? The answer came from behind Deku. Not as words but as action. Albedo hit Aethon from the left. Full force. Her bardiche carved through his dimensional armor and drew golden blood. Shalltear hit from the right, lance driving into his flank, vampiric drain activating, pulling energy from his dimensional body. Cocytus came from above. 4 weapons, simultaneous strike. Zeshi from below, scythe erupting from the ground where she'd been waiting, wild magic disrupting Aethon's dimensional stability. Aura's beasts swarmed. Mare's magic sealed the area, a containment field that prevented dimensional escape. The Dragon Lords, sensing the shift, poured renewed energy into the main barrier, sealing Aethon's army away completely. Aethon screamed. Not in pain, in disbelief. You, all of you, together, that's what he has, Shalltear snarled, driving her lance deeper. He has us. They held him. 7 warriors against a god, each one exploiting a different weakness, each one covering the other's vulnerabilities. It wasn't enough to kill him, Aethon's accumulated power was too vast for any combination of attacks to destroy outright. But it was enough to hold him in place. And that was all Deku needed. He walked forward. Through the chaos of battle, through the dimensional static and the golden light and the screaming Greed King. Every step cost him, his body was failing, one for all burning through flesh and bone and will. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. But he kept walking. He reached Aethon. The Greed King looked at him with burning eyes, not with hatred, Deku realized. With fear. What are you? Aethon whispered. I'm a hero. Deku placed both hands on Aethon's chest. And he pushed. Not physically. Dimensionally. He poured every ounce of one for all unlimited into the point of contact, not as an attack, but as a seal. His energy, already integrated with this world's magic, already harmonized with the dimensional frequency of the tier, he used himself as the key. He was sealing the tear. Using his own body as the anchor point. Forcing Aethon back through the dimensional barrier and closing it behind him. The cost was immediate and devastating. Dimensional energy tore through Deku's body. He screamed, raw, primal, the sound of a human being pushing past every physical and metaphysical limit that existed. DKU. 5 voices. Simultaneous. Terrified. He couldn't stop. If he stopped now, the seal would fail. Aethon would break free. The barrier would collapse. The army would pour through. So he didn't stop. He pushed harder. The green lightning turned pure white. Aethon wailed as the dimensional energy reversed course, his body being dragged back through the tear, his accumulated power stripped away layer by layer as the seal consumed it. You'll die. Aethon screamed. The seal will consume you. Probably. Deku screamed back. But you're going first. The tear began to close. Slowly at first, then faster. Aethon's army on the other side was cut off, trapped between dimensions, sealed away. Aethon himself was being pulled through, his body dissolving as the dimensional energy that composed it was reclaimed by the barrier. This isn't over, Aethon hissed as the last of him was consumed by the closing tear. The dimensions remember. I'll find another, the tear closed. Silence. Absolute, ringing, impossible silence. Deku stood at the center of a devastated landscape, hands still raised, white energy crackling across a body that was barely holding together. The anomaly was gone. The sky was clear. The dimensional pressure that had haunted this site for weeks had vanished. He'd done it. He'd sealed the tear. And as the realization hit, the tear was closed, permanently, which meant the connection to his world was gone, truly gone, forever, his legs gave out. He collapsed. 5 pairs of arms caught him before he hit the ground. "Stay with me," Albedo commanded, her voice cracking. "Midoriya, stay with me, don't you dare die," Shalltear hissed, her healing magic already flowing into him, vampiric energy replenishing what he'd lost. "Mare. Healing. Now." Aura screamed. Mare was already casting the most powerful restorative magic he possessed, layered with Zeshi's wild magic, supplemented by the Dragon Lord's ancient energies. 5 sources of healing flooding into one broken body. Deku's eyes fluttered. The world was fading, gray at the edges, sounds muffled, sensations distant. "Hey," he mumbled. "Did we win?" "Yes," Albedo said. "You idiot, yes, we won." "Cool. I'm gonna rest now." "Don't you dare," he passed out. He woke up 3 days later. The first thing he saw was a ceiling he recognized, the 9th floor medical wing. The second thing he saw was Albedo, asleep in a chair beside his bed, her wings draped over the armrests, her hand gripping his. The third thing he saw was Shalltear, asleep in a chair on the other side, her hand gripping his other hand. The fourth thing he saw was Aura and Mare, curled up together at the foot of his bed like a pair of elven cats. The fifth thing he saw was Zeshi, sitting cross-legged on the floor beside the door, her scythe across her knees, awake and watching him with mismatched eyes that glistened. "You're awake," Zeshi said softly. "Apparently. You've been out for 3 days. Mare's been cycling healing spells around the clock. Albedo hasn't left this room." Shalltear tried to leave once and Albedo physically blocked the door. "Aura's been monitoring from the foot of the bed since yesterday." "And you?" "Someone had to guard the door. Demiurge tried to come in for a tactical debrief twice. I told him I'd cut his tail off." "My hero." Zeshi's smile was small, fragile, and the most beautiful thing he'd seen since waking up. Movement. Albedo stirred. Her golden eyes opened, fuzzy with sleep, and then snapped to full alertness. "Midoriya. Hey. You've been unconscious for 73 hours. Sorry about that. You sealed a dimensional tear using your own body as an anchor. The strain should have killed you. Multiple times over. Mare estimates you burned through enough magical energy to power Nazarick for a decade. Sounds like me." Albedo's composure held for exactly 4 more seconds. Then it crumbled. She surged forward, wings flaring, and kissed him with a desperation that woke up everyone else in the room. Her hands gripped his face, not gently, not carefully, with the raw need of someone who'd spent 3 days watching the person they loved hover between life and death. "If you ever do something that's stupid again, can't promise that." "I know and I hate it." Shalltear was awake now. "Move over, Albedo, he's OURS, you territorial, both of you shut up," Aura groaned from the foot of the bed. "Some of us are trying to, Deku. You're awake." She launched herself up the bed and tackled him. Mare followed with less violence and more tears. Zeshi rose from the floor and stood at the bedside, her hand finding his ankle because every other part of him was occupied. For a few minutes, the room was chaos. 5 women, 1 bed, 1 very sore hero, and an outpouring of emotion that would have embarrassed all of them under normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances. They were alive. The world was saved. And the man at the center of it all was awake and whole and looking at each of them with the same expression, wonder, gratitude, and love. "So," Deku said when the chaos subsided. "What did I miss?" Albedo dried her eyes with a dignity that dared anyone to comment. "The Dragon Lords have formally allied with the Sorcerer Kingdom. Saint Dorcas called you the least objectionable hero he's encountered in 8 centuries. Coming from him, that's practically a marriage proposal. The Theocracy's cardinals have requested a ceasefire," Zeshi added. Your destruction of the Genesis facility combined with the dimensional crisis has destabilized their political coalition. The reformist faction is gaining power. The interdimensional creatures that breached the barrier have been hunted down, or are reported. Last count, 0 remaining. My beasts tracked every single one. And Lena has been asking about you every day, Mare said softly. She made you a drawing. Of you punching the golden man. It's anatomically creative. Deku laughed. It hurt, everything hurt, but he laughed. One more thing, Albedo said. Lord Ainz wishes to speak with you. When you're able. I'm able now. You can barely sit up. Then bring him here. Albedo considered protesting. Then she recognized the look in his eyes, the same stubborn certainty she'd seen when he'd walked into the throne room for the first time, surrounded by beings who could destroy him, and refused to kneel. I'll arrange it. Ainz arrived within the hour. The Overlord of Nazarick swept into the medical wing with his usual grandeur, but the moment the door closed behind him and it was just the two of them, Albedo and the others having been reluctantly shooed out, his posture changed. Slumped. Tired. Human. You're an idiot, Ainz said. So I've been told. You nearly killed yourself. The probability of survival was, according to Demiurge, less than 4%. Sounds about right. And you did it anyway. Yep. Ainz sat in Albedo's vacated chair. The skeleton and the hero looked at each other. The seal is permanent, Ainz said. I had Demiurge and the Dragon Lords verify. The dimensional tear is closed. Completely. No residual energy, no instability, no possibility of reopening. I know. Which means, I can never go home. Yeah. I figured that out when I was doing it. Silence. Ainz's emotional suppression fired, Deku saw the green flash, but the Overlord pushed through it. I'm sorry, Deku. First time Ainz had used that name. Not Midoriya. Not our ally. Deku. Don't be. Deku stared at the ceiling. I won't pretend it doesn't hurt. My mom, my friends, my teachers, they'll never know what happened to me. They'll spend years wondering. And I'll spend years missing them. He paused. But I made a choice. I chose to protect this world. And I don't regret it. Even knowing the cost. Especially knowing the cost. A sacrifice you don't feel isn't a sacrifice. It's just a transaction. Ainz was quiet for a long time. Then, I'd like to make you an offer. I'm listening. Nazarick needs leadership. Not just mine, I've been honest with you about my limitations. I need someone who can do what I can't, inspire genuine loyalty, make moral decisions I'm too compromised to make, connect with the people under our protection on a level that my condition prevents. You're asking me to co-rule. I'm asking you to be what you've always been. A hero. But for this world. Deku looked at the ceiling. At the stars painted there, the same stars he'd stared at on his first night in Nazarick, alone and lost and wondering what possibility felt like. I have conditions, he said. Name them. No more torture programs. Neuronist gets reformed, not disbanded, information extraction through magical means, not physical cruelty. Agreed. The happy farm gets shut down. Ainz winced. Demiurge will protest. Demiurge will adapt. He's the smartest person in Nazarick. He'll find alternatives that don't require skinning people alive. Agreed. And the people of the Sorcerer Kingdom, all of them, human and non-human alike, get treated as citizens with rights, not as resources to be managed. That's a significant restructuring. That's the deal. Ainz considered. His emotional suppression fired twice. Then, agreed. All conditions. Then yeah. I'll stay. Not as a subordinate. Not as a guest. As a partner. Ainz extended his skeletal hand. Deku clasped it. Welcome home, Deku. Thanks, Ainz. Please don't call me that in front of the Guardians. No promises. Recovery took a week. Deku's body, enhanced by One for All, supplemented by Nazarick's healing capabilities, knitted itself back together with remarkable speed, though Mare insisted on daily treatment sessions that were definitely medically necessary and absolutely not an excuse to spend extra time together. The world outside Nazarick was changing. News of the battle spread, impossible to contain when 5 dragon lords and an interdimensional explosion were involved. The narrative that emerged was carefully shaped by Demiurge's propaganda arm. The Sorcerer Kingdom, allied with the ancient dragon lords, had defended the world against an extinction-level threat. Led by a hero who'd sacrificed his only way home to save everyone. You're going to be famous, Albedo told him. More famous than Lord Ainz. The people are already calling you the Green Lightning. I've had worse nicknames. The bards are writing songs. Oh no. Shalltear commissioned 3 of them. Oh no. Formal ceremonies followed. The alliance with the Dragon Lords was signed in fire and blood and ancient pacts that Deku could feel resonating in his bones. The theocracy's ceasefire became an armistice, then a tentative peace treaty. The Empire, Jerkniv, Emperor of Baharuth, who had apparently been stress-eating for the entire duration of the crisis, sent a delegation bearing gifts and extremely nervous compliments. Through it all, Deku stood beside Ainz. 2 rulers. 2 outsiders. 1 skeleton who'd learned to feel through suppression and 1 hero who'd learned to lead through sacrifice. The harem formalized itself with characteristic chaos. Albedo declared herself primary consort with a formal announcement that she'd clearly been drafting for weeks. She presented a 17-page document outlining schedules, responsibilities, hierarchy of emotional access, and contingency protocols for jealousy management. Shalltear challenged the document's validity on the grounds that she'd kissed Deku first. This led to a 3-hour argument that Deku resolved by kissing both of them simultaneously, which short-circuited the debate into stunned silence. Aura refused any formal title but made it clear, through a combination of aggressive affection and territorial beast-taming behaviors, that she was absolutely, definitely, completely part of the arrangement and anyone who suggested otherwise would meet Fun's teeth. Mare asked Deku, quietly, privately, if there was room for someone like him. Deku's answer was to pull Mare into his lap, hold him close, and say, "There's always room for you." Mare didn't stop smiling for 3 days. Zeshi was the last to formally join. She showed up at Deku's quarters one evening with her scythe, a bottle of wine, and the most vulnerable expression anyone had ever seen on the face of the theocracy's former ultimate weapon. "I've never chosen anything for myself before," she said. "Not a meal, not a fight, not a person. Everything has been assigned to me by people who saw me as a tool. And now I'm choosing. I choose you. I choose this. I choose the stupid, impossible, beautiful thing you've built here with these ridiculous women and this insane skeleton and this tomb full of monsters who are learning to be people." She set the scythe down. "The wine too. Is that okay?" Deku took her hand. Pulled her inside. Closed the door. "Yeah," he said. "That's okay." The future stretched out before them, uncertain, complicated, full of the 1,000 small challenges that came with building something real from the wreckage of impossible circumstances. There would be conflicts. The theocracy's peace was fragile. The Dragon Lord's alliance was provisional. New threats would emerge, they always did. And the dynamics of 5 powerful women sharing one man would generate enough drama to fuel 1,000 bardic songs, every single one of which Shalltear would insist on commissioning. But for now, in this moment, Izuku Midoriya stood on the highest point of Nazarick and looked out at a world that was no longer alien. Behind him, the tomb hummed with the energy of beings who'd started as data and become family. Beside him, the women who'd found him, or he'd found them, or they'd found each other. Do you regret it? Albedo asked, standing at his shoulder. Sealing the tear. Giving up your world. Deku thought about it. Really thought. About his mother's cooking. About Bakugo's snarl. About All Might's smile and Uraraka's laugh and the cherry blossoms outside UA in spring. I miss them, he said. Every day. I'll always miss them. But I came from a world that made heroes. Maybe this world needs me to build something new. Shalltear appeared at his other side. Something like what? A kingdom where monsters learn to be people and people learn to see monsters as neighbors. Where an undead king and a green-haired hero co-rule a tomb full of beings who chose to be more than what they were created to be. He grinned. Also, apparently, a really complicated relationship arrangement that Albedo has documented in 17 pages. 23, Albedo corrected. I've added appendices. Of course you have. Aura and Mare arrived, bickering about something trivial, which beast was cuter, Fun or Quadricycle, and settled naturally into the group. Zeshi drifted up last, leaning against a wall with her scythe over her shoulder, her heterochromatic eyes warm. Below them, Nazarick spread out, no longer a tomb but a capital. No longer a dungeon but a home. Lights glowed in windows. Patrols walked with purpose. Somewhere on the 6th floor, Lena was learning to make flowers bloom with Mare's patient guidance. Besides, Deku said, looking at the 5 faces around him, each one beautiful, each one fierce, each one his in a way that transcended programming and circumstance and the arbitrary cruelty of dimensional displacement. I've got plenty of reasons to stay. Albedo took his left hand. Shalltear took his right. Aura punched his shoulder affectionately. Mare leaned against his back. Zeshi met his eyes across the group and nodded once, the nod of a warrior who'd finally found someone worth lowering her weapon for. The sun set over the Sorcerer Kingdom. The green lightning of Nazarick stood with his family, looking out at a world that was equal parts terrifying and wonderful, and smiled. And so the green lightning of Nazarick began his true legend, not as a conqueror or a tyrant or a god, but as something rarer. Something this world had never had before. A hero who stayed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.